Hello and welcome everyone to the Long Shot production where we will be covering all the Apex Legends action here in Apex South. My name is Lace and I'm so thrilled to be back on your screens once again, this time for the last chance qualifiers, but that's, not without some help. Let me roll out the goddamn red carpet one more time for Genome and Dax. Genome, welcome back from Mannheim, first and foremost. Nice might be sitting here. Hopefully the jet lag is settled a little bit for you today because it's a big day, not just for us, but also for our Apex South teams.
Yeah, look, I'm getting there. I did get up at 3:30 a.m. today, but managed to squeeze in a nap to make sure that, I'm ready to go for today. Because as you said, it's going to be a good time. And to think that you get two teams that get to go to Japan, they get to play from LAN just from qualifying. I mean, not just from today. Also, the last couple of days, leading into this final lobby that we get here. It is very exciting.
Yes, and of course we've got Dax as well, but to take things to a more serious note, like Genome said, there's only 2 spots up for grabs. Let's have a look at exactly what these teams are playing for and where they'll be heading.
What a beast! 360 Graver shot!
There is no way he clutches that out!
He beats him both! He's just better!
NRG with the clutchest 2v3 you will ever see!
And the question on everyone's mind is, where are we going for the Year 4 championship?
Now, Dark Zero is going to be your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series!
The CEO with the hostile takeover! TSM are your champions!
総額200万ドルの賞金をめぐって世界中から集まった強豪40チームが対決します。果たしてチャンピオンになるのはどの
All that I got.
Yeah, so if you've been living under a rock, guys, we're going to Japan. But let's focus on today. Match point format here for the last chance qualifiers, of course. Need to get 50 points to become match point eligible. And then the team that wins the game after that and under the match point eligibility format will move along. And of course, only 2 slots available. Genome. That's only a little bit of a chance. So you've got the match point format winner that will be able to take one of those slots, and then also the next team that has the most points, and that's out of 20 teams. So not the odds here aren't as big, but still gives you that chance and opportunity.
Yeah, so you got the match point winner, and then, oftentimes on these match point days, we'll have someone who gets even more points than the team who actually wins that final game. So I feel like this is a good format for LCQ for where you're qualifying 2 teams, because it does mean you get both the clutch team and the team who was sort of the most average points throughout the day and reward that team as well.
Yeah, so that's exactly right. You could be sort of performing incredibly well, have all the points, get to the match point format, but then, another team could sneakily take that as well. It's anybody's game, but let's take a look at our overall scoreboard here so we can break this even further down for you. Dax, obviously, we've got our 20 teams here, but they do have match point, it's match point format, but they also have starting points. So why don't you take us through our teams today?
I mean, you can already see here SWQ coming in from the LAN in Mannheim. 10 points already after winning, basically, winners round 2 there, having that top spot. You got Havoc, you got Las Vegas Inferno, KGG, also looking very exciting here. X and Y setting records during the first day. And we were talking about it backstage, actually. We're excited for teams like Outside the Ring, Bear Claw Gaming, Crash Out looking interesting. Lonely Let Gone, Roy is back. Remarkable team making that top 10. And of course, all the other teams from the elimination bracket, they are still here for the fight. They don't have any advanced points, but they just need to make it to 50 anyway to get to match point eligibility.
That's it, and we got some returning faces as well, Genome. Grape Soda's in there, Kill Devil, Heroes, Evo's Predator, some teams that we know can really perform today, having this chance. I don't know if you want to take us through quickly any of the swaps, or we have our own little bit of a roster mania here in Apex South. Nothing crazy like overseas, but maybe some teams with some different players you might want to take us through.
Yeah, look, there's definitely a couple of swaps that have happened across the board. I mean, Panna coming in for Bear Claw Gaming is an interesting one. He said if he doesn't make the Japan LAN, this could be it. This could be the last dance for him. He is planning on retiring after year 4 of ALGS.
Yeah, it's so tough, and I just want to quickly slide in the members from that Boogie Borders core. They're all here in different teams. You got for True, you got Raki, and then you got Outside, right? It's an all-tie roster. Super exciting to see what they can do individually.
Yes, and let's get it started. Let's find out which 2 teams will be moving to the last chance qualifier.
And here we are, APAC South. So we'll begin the action for the LCQ finals. Of course, we're gonna have other regions later on with their own broadcast. But I'm so excited for this one, Genome, because come on, who's gonna make it to Japan? It's just a stone's throw away from many of the different parts of APAC South, right? I know many people from APAC South are going to that Japan LAN next year, but who's gonna make it as a competitor?
I don't know about you, Dax, but I feel like almost every single person I know from the APAC South Apex community is like, finally, I don't have to spend thousands on a ticket. I'll see you there. So, yeah, as far as our community goes from APAC South, I think we're definitely going to get some of the biggest, amount of support and people showing up in the crowd, all that kind of stuff from this particular LAN. I mean, the time zone's going to be great as well. Often, like, if we want to watch LAN, we'd have to get up super early in the morning, take sick days off work, like whatever it is to try and make that happen. And for once, it suits us.
I totally experienced that watching EWC, watching Split 2 playoffs. Every single day I'd watch Apex Legends, it would be a DGen day because it would end around, 6, 7 a.m. during my time. But it's time now for everyone else to adjust to us. And we, of course, will see these teams adjust immediately to our upcoming rigs. Look at that, heading towards the epicenter, maybe even climatizer side. And you know what team that is there in that region already here, Genome? X and Y, who has been sending shockwaves throughout the lobbies from the past 2 days.
Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised at all if those guys manage to pull off a win here, would you? As you said, they've been doing so well, and I think they're also the kind of the team, that would tend to farm in a lobby like this, right? When you've got a lot of other teams that they can really just bully and kind of show them who's boss. So that said, there's definitely a couple of other teams I'm keeping my eye on, specifically SWQ. I think this meta suits them very much, and that's one of the reasons why they just did so well in Germany. I think, really, defying some expectations. And then also you've got Keep Going Gaming with the introduction of Bolin there, I think Boring, is really interesting to see how those 3 can come together, because that actually seems like a team that's a little bit cracked to me as well.
Yeah, and look at also, if you check out Keep Going Gaming right now, they also play that Revenant from Tree Cleaner. It's something that he's been doing in the region, but it's also one legend that many in the international scene has noticed, thanks to Shadow, who, funny enough, Genome, they were supposed to compete there, but they got the Chinese slot anyway, and there they are waiting in Japan. We got other teams, though, looking to vie for the same kind of effect.
Yeah, exactly. A couple of these players getting, managing to get that LAN experience and all the benefits that come from that. Yeah, let's see if the LAN buff is real here, as we do have more players than ever, honestly, from APAC South now have had that chance on the big stage and that chance to sort of transform themselves and their Apex careers.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta ask you, Genome, you've been all basically to every single LAN so far. I do feel like APAC South kind of has slipped in terms of performance. We have some highs like Guild from Mannheim, but there have been a few lows as well. So what do you think? Do we see one of these teams here from LCQ really stepping up to the plate to bring more glory to the region?
I think there's every chance. I mean, if you look at how well VK Gaming did, especially in Mannheim, right? Like, they were so good, and I don't think anybody expected that. And I think that shows that there is, you know, a certain amount of depth to this region. Look, Split 1 playoffs was not great. I think that was possibly the worst performance that APAC South has ever seen. But we definitely bounced back a bit in Split 2, and it was really good. You know, to see that was maybe, hopefully, just a one-off blip in our region's performance.
Yo, we claim champions. We come from champions. Don't forget that. And I'm really excited to see if we can step up that performance yet again. But we're watching a lot of these teams right now rotate towards the next ring already. You saw WWBD, NSS gonna be across them right now. Heroes, on the other hand, facing off against Remarkable Team and Bastion. And the rest of the squad, they've been showing some highlights on Reddit, actually, doing some great work with the Newcastle. And right now, Heroes looking to make a case for themselves with 2 KP already.
Yeah, it's a good little start here. As we've noted, you know, there's 2 slots up and available for going to champs here. And that means, you know, you can try and play the match point game. And really, you know, once you get your 50 points, just lock in and try and find a good spot to grab that win from. Or you can just go kind of, you know, balls to the wall and just play out the entire game as if you were trying to farm points again and again. Because, you know, you will see some of these teams like XNY, etc., do that and try and just put up huge amounts of kill points, even if that means they're in risky positions sometimes where they go down a little too early. It can keep them ahead of, say, the other 18 or 19 teams in the lobby.
Yeah, it's pretty funny though that XNY gets the zone itself when they wanted to play the edge every single game from the very start of LCQ. Also, if you take note, NSS flying away from the bridge after downing one member of WWBD who's left to a solo Watson here. NSS, now they get on the inside. Castle gonna get set on up. EMP, the problem though. And Flying Raccoon taken down by Bolin. It's Kill Devil gonna be their neighbors here.
Yeah, no, this north building, especially in Climatizer, is going to start seeing a lot of action. But the, you know, all this the metal we've got at the moment, NSS, wow, their tenure in this building very short-lived with Kill Devil coming in there. But they do take a loss, so Kill Devil, the only ones alive in that building right now. As we were saying, there's probably going to be a lot more people joining them. But if they can grab that respawn too, which I think they can, because they've got, not only do they have crypto, but there's a respawn building just outside. So they actually should be able to pop that with the crypto drone very soon, I would imagine. He was just waiting. The crypto drone was destroyed, so basically just had to wait for that to come back in and be able to pop that respawn relatively safely.
Yeah, and I think he's gonna do it right now here for Luohan. Funny enough, I saw a clip over the past few days where he just basically yoinked a respawn beacon in front of one of these teams here, and he got the res and they got the wipe instead in response. So Kill Devil looking exciting. Bolin also subbing in for Dreamfire, right, for a single day back in Mannheim, if I remember correctly.
Interesting. Actually, you know what? Something funny just occurred to me. I'd love to know if anyone knows this. If you're like a non-crypto character, right? And you're sitting there pressing the respawn beacon, and then the drone comes in and like tries to hit respawn. Like, who gets it? Like, does that stop the crypto drone from getting the respawn off, or does the crypto drone like steal the respawn beacon? I would. Someone DM me. I would love to know that.
Yeah, I want to see that happen here. MDY White though, all the way towards the north. And interestingly enough, this team, formerly known as LGD, actually, they struggled to make it to the final lobby here, Genome. If I'm looking at my stats right, it took them elimination round 2, I believe, to get in here. And they were the very last slot. Such a struggle for a team that made the land. KPG, though, it's KH finding one already. And Tree Cleaner with the leap on in. Keep going gaming, playing to their namesake, and looking for more.
Let's go. They do have this ring information, by the way, so they know it's more likely, I think, to probably go sort of north side, unless we do see a bit of a pull back. But they are playing the buildings on the south side. So, as we can see, really good for some KP early on, but, you know, it'll be interesting to see how they can maneuver around and try and play this a bit later on, because I feel like this position won't necessarily be as strong later on in the game.
It's a big battle though between Vegas Inferno here, as well as Crash Out. And Crash Out, well, they're out very quickly here. Down left to 18. we're seeing some of the teams with more veterancy in them, right? The teams that did come from Split 2, knowing what to do more so. Donut, though, a big threat against Las Vegas Inferno. YR having the shield on up, the beauty of the Newcastle, allowing you to pull these teammates to relative safety. But SWQ, they want to find the fight here.
SWQ coming up with Las Vegas Inferno. I mean, so many of these teams are having to work out how to play a completely new brand of Apex. Not many of these teams have played this kind of style before with Newcastle involved, with Crypto involved. Even if they obviously have been playing Bangalore for most of the year, that staple character is only one of, you know, a meta that is just extremely different to Pilot.
And it also feels like there's a bit of a shift too for APAC South. If you remember back in Split 2, right, many teams would love to run the Watson almost exclusively, and now we're getting a few more Newcastles. We'll get, of course, the Legend selection stats for you guys later on, but MDYY, they are hurting. Feiju popping the Phoenix kit, should be able to get it in time, but the Rat left alone. Heroes, on the other hand, on the hunt here. And as Bastion does make those Mozam sing, they do have VCAN to be inside the caravan here.
Yeah, and this is why it's such a strong position with Newcastle. Castle wall is set up, mobile shield goes down, and then you've got the res behind that. That is 3 layers of shields that you can get a res off behind. So, look, if they come in there, FPS Bigsu, great name, is ready with the hammer point Mozam. So, you can see Heroes are being a little circumspect about pushing into that van, and they will actually back off, thankfully for them, into the zone a little bit more. So if they can find a nice spot around there, just as the bin reset happens, by the way, that's a nice little pickup for Heroes.
Yeah, and Feiju just runs into VCAN there. MDY White's eliminated as we see Final Dream also make their way towards Climatizer. But you know, you came from Mannheim, and that was the Mozambique meta there. We're gonna, of course, see it yet again here. Patch isn't live as of yet. Doesn't really affect it anyway. But what do you think? These Mozams, they're way too strong for how they are, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think the devs knew that. I'm very interested with that they didn't get touched in the mid-season patch notes. I guess the thought behind that was like, hey, just let them have their time in the sun. So that's another 6 weeks at least of Mozam. But yeah, after that, I can see probably some pretty significant nerfs coming their way. I mean, I say that the Nemesis stayed like it was for a long time, but upon release. But I would say the Mozam's are even more powerful than the Nemesis was upon release.
Yeah, and when I say goodbye to the Havoc Send as a turbocharger will be going away in the next batch, but we get a battle here. Yo, I love the Turbo, man. Bear Claw Gaming now versus Lonely Let Gone. And interesting, you have veterans Tana on one side, of course, Roy on the other. And the big question really, can Roy bring another team towards LAN? Can Roy bring it towards Dream Fire in Japan? Will they have to go through LCQ first and foremost? A battle in the building here. Roy and the rest on the outside. Pana now peeking on out, but Bear Claw Gaming using whatever cover they can with a mobile shield also.
I personally was very surprised that he didn't make it through with one of those Chinese invites. Lonely Let Gone, they do get hit by the EMP as Bear Claw Gaming tries to move in, but some fadeaway nades from Roy will destroy Pana and Bear Claw Gaming. They are trying to retreat behind that knockdown shield right now, and luckily for them, Lonely Let Gone down to 2 means that, you know, they can't be as aggressive as they perhaps wanted to be there.
Yeah, but Bear Claw Gaming still standing as a 3-0, and they're getting griefed, actually, by Pana's former teammate, Raki, on the other side. It's True there by the bridge, using the charge rifle to absolute impunity. So looking exciting here. Bear Claw Gaming in a bit of a tough spot. Lonely Let Gone disengaging here. Evos, though, versus Heroes. Yeah, Gotgap, Jakut, as well as Fafa Fifth. Looking for a little bit of action towards the northern side here of Clima. KPG flying their way also here, Genome.
Yep, that was a beautiful little energized zipline. Oh no! As I say that, actually gets getting grief from both sides, and Tree Cleaner is going to try and book it back to his teammate across the zipline here. Interesting. I mean, that would have been such a great spot to play from, but they were just probably there a little bit too early, Dax, because Yeah, as expected, as predicted, it is going to the north side. But teams who go there are just getting mowed down by teams like Evo's Predator and by Final Dream, who sit within that northern building.
Yeah, and interesting enough, True actually separated here. Raki, the one within the next ring. Evo's Predator might see him coming as we're watching SWQ. Just notice all the action from outside. So you got outside, speaking of True, keep going gaming towards north here. You got Final Dream now, also peering on and noticing some of these teams willing to play the low ground since they have the Newcastle. A flyby to Pan and the rest on top of the rooftop also.
The wall goes down, not in time to stop the Arc Stars, but once they are there and set up, it could be a little bit safer. XNY pushing in, 10 points already to their name. They've got this far by being kill-hungry machines, and they want to push that even further. They want to make sure they can bring that playstyle into this final lobby.
Yeah, let's not forget, you can win through match point. Yes, you can also win with most points. And maybe X and Y, they're just gonna get those single digits as much as they can. Yuling, though, has already been down. SWQ playing inside the caravan yet again. Arc Stars being lobbed. Here comes the frags in response from Crazy Kong. But Bolin and the rest trying to do some damage. Keep going gaming, though. Now finally eliminated. SW still on the inside, but they have some more company coming towards them. It's Vegas Inferno peppering them with as much ordnance as they can.
Oh, no,
Donut, please.
Every time he looks down, there's a new nade there to take them out.
No.
And despite having a few of their own, just try to work out the geometry, get them around the door, it's not enough to save SWQ, who go out in the bottom 10.
You lose the Watson, you lose your safety against nades, and you see exactly how Vegas Inferno pick up those KP. Donut was playing the floor as lava when other players here in the lobby are literally doing that just right now. And X and Y, they're meticulously using the crypto drone, right? They're slowly but surely scouting out perhaps these single players, get that KP that way, and one by one pick apart anyone underneath them.
You're talking about underneath, the players most in the circle right now, or in the next circle, are going to be outside, and they're playing a very interesting spot. Not sure I've ever seen someone win a game from down here, but they've got the castle wall set up sort of just in the lava to your right there, and they've got it hugging a rock to just try and create a little bit of space for themselves. It'll be interesting if they can hold off teams like X and Y, who I imagine at some point will have angles on.
Yeah, and XD, nice shots from afar. Eva's Predator bring Fafa Fifth back up to his feet. And Jackie and the rest for any kind of opening as Kill Devil awaits them there by that tower on the north. But Eva's Predator still garage this whole lot area right now. This is theirs to claim. The wall of smoke just keeping them covered. Outside though, eliminated. And it's Las Vegas Inferno who take the spot away from them.
Yeah, that was a really interesting fight. They actually used the Bang ult to force them out, and then they were kind of just running around trying to get away from all of this ordnance. And Las Vegas Inferno, yeah, as you say, managed to remove them, and now are in an awesome spot with just, look at this, free fire on the rest of the lobby as they move in. That's incredibly unfortunate timing to lose that spot from outside.
Yeah, Las Vegas Inferno, this team, they were a sleeper, truly back and split to a point or two away from making it to land. They now stand Final Dream back to bed, and it's not done. Las Vegas Inferno, they are blazing hot right now. Havoc goes down to their hand too.
Right there in the lava, they've got the Inferno buff from the low ground. You can see of the Rat of Bolin nearby. They're going to find him. They'll probably find... Oh, no, they've got the Invis Crypto is nearby. So 3 squads left. We've got Evo's Predator just trying to stock up on the high ground here. And we'll see that final confrontation soon. And then you've got XT from X and Y. He's just trying to hide his drone in the zone. This is what you do now. You go Invis in the middle. You put your drone somewhere very far away so it can't get sniped. Because, of course, once the drone goes down, you come out of invisibility.
Yeah. Such a great legend perk. And basically, XD is now, what? One of our newest observers in the long shot production to watch this upcoming 3v3. But Evo's Predator versus Las Vegas Inferno. A huge matchup coming your way, and Fafa Fifth now back into cover. Golden R301 in his hands. Shield bat though. Try and get a bit of a reset, but Vegas Inferno slowly, bit by bit actually, trying to move their way in. Interesting enough though, X and Y has an outside chance here, Gino. There's a Moby out in the open. XD has the banners there, but there you have it. Crack comes in from the Arc Star. YR with the push. The Send is coming in from Las Vegas Inferno, and Eve must fall apart. It's high time now as Vegas Inferno will see the respawning X and Y above them.
In all of the chaos, X and Y manages to grab the double respawn. His teammates off the dropship. I mean, Mozambiques, you don't need any attachments for them, but it is a little bit tough when they are literally watching you respawn and track them from the sky. That was pretty funny.
Special delivery. That name is KP. What a win for Las Vegas Inferno there to start off the lobby.
Oh, how'd you enjoy that one, Lace?
You know, that was just, X and Y with the double respawn. APAC South just, it always surprises me with some of the plays that we have. It's always action-packed for us. But Las Vegas Inferno, Genome, I don't even know if you were keeping score of how many kills that they had in the first game. They just came out of the gate. Yeah, they just came out of the, the gate, beaming. But I believe it was around 23. So, a 20 bomb for the team on game number 1. You just saw them sort of hunting everybody down, but having that sort of, protection for a little bit, just to be able to retreat. I think it was one of the Sadasang on the Watts, just going out with that havoc and just eliminating everyone, but then having the comfortability of the team to support. So, Las Vegas Inferno, congratulations for the win here. And of course, that's only game number 1, Genome. So we still have so much more to go.
Yeah, and exactly. We've got at least 5 more games to go. We should mention that, Lace, because even if Las Vegas Inferno keep up this pace, and let's say they, get to match point in another game, and then win 3 in a row, who knows, and take it out in 3, we will still keep playing a full 6 matches, just to give chances, or to teams the chance to try and qualify, and get like a reasonable number of games through.
That's it. It could be any number of games here. And of course, we are looking for the match point winner. And then also, yes, the person that, the team, I should say, that has the most points to send them through to Japan, Genome, which is, I'm so excited when I heard that Champs was going to be in Sapporo. We've been talking about it. We're going to continue talking about it because this is a massive place to host it. And there we go.
You want to talk about massive, Lace?
Yeah. Insane.
23 kills. YRVZ picking up 11 on the Newcastle, and somehow he almost had the least damage on the team. That is just okay. All right, they've killed a third of the lobby. They've picked up 35 points. I mean, we'll have a look at the full scoreboard now, because you got to remember we had advanced starting points as well. So I guess so LVI had 8 advanced starting points. They are almost at match point in game 2. That is gross. That is ridiculous. Just get it out of here.
Gino, thank God we have to have 6 games minimum now, thanks to APAC North, I believe. That's absolutely insane to only be 7 points away from match point format. Of course, we'll still play out the 5 because, like we said, we need the next team to have the most points because we're sending 2 teams through. I guess let's touch on, the other teams. We've got X and Y there at 19, Havoc at 17. With these teams, you can still totally pull out major points, kill points, and move their way up to Las Vegas Inferno. But yeah, look, because of their starting points as well, they're definitely going to be in match point. I'm going to say next game, Genome. I'm going to probably put Las Vegas Inferno first team to match point in game number 2. But, we still have our other teams that can sort of move their way up. We have a few of these teams are also, teams from Challenger Circuit. So, they may have not got all the starting or the crazy, playing over at LAN. But, we've got some few teams here from Challenger Circuit and also the Pro League. But my gosh, this is just game number 1. A flow, obviously dealing out the damage, and then we saw, Sadasang and YRVZ taking the, collecting the kills after it. But what a cracker of a game to start off with.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing we should note there is if you've got that many kills, it's almost kind of crazy that LVI don't have all of the top 3 spots there. And I think that's partially because they've been so decisive in their fights and just like tearing people up straight away. There's not a lot of poking. They're literally just going in and picking up 3 KP immediately. I mean, walking L there from Havoc, one of the teams that we haven't seen a lot from before. I don't think any of them, I'd have to double check, I don't think any of them have been in Pro League. So really cool to see them doing so well. I think they picked up 9 points, coming in second in terms of, the sort of, quote unquote semifinals, and making it to here, getting 9 advanced starting points. So maybe they're someone to look out for in year 5 of the ALGS.
Yeah, that's it. We love just seeing, some teams sort of come up through challenger circuit and, go toe to toe with some of the pros that have been on the stage, been at LAN. But we're going to take ourselves a short little break. Don't go anywhere. That was only game number 1. We always have someone on match point format, but we will see you after the break and we'll find out if they can get to match point in one more game. So, of course, we're going to have a minimum of 6 games, but you need to reach 50 points and then win the game after that to end the whole thing and get yourself a chance. And how far are they away, do you know? Let us know. 43
Yep,
away. They're 7 away.
Yep, that's not a lot. That's 2 team fights. They took about 10 in the last game and won every single one of them. So they are not far at all. I mean, if I was them, I would literally be putting the popcorn in the microwave, setting up your 3-minute and 10-second timer. I don't know exactly, what your popcorn preference is. But I'd just be having that ready to go because at this point, I would be very not surprised if they are able to sit out a few of these games. Because, of course, if you win the match point before the 6-game series finishes, that team, just gets to sit back, chuck up some snacks, get your jerky out, get your chips out. I don't know what your snack of choice is, but they could be very well on the snack train soon.
I'd say I think we're a little bit just gobsmacked for that to be the first game, and they're always at match point. But of course, you know, our team that is in second place at the moment is X and Y, so they're sitting about 19. So this is the difference, guys. They're sitting at 19th place, whilst we have Havoc at 19th, have 19 points in second place, whilst Havoc is 17 points in third. So you can see the gap and the difference that the teams already have in game number one. So you know, if LVI win this next one, you know, they hit the threshold and then they'll have to win another, you know, the game after that one to end it for themselves. And then the rest of the teams play on, because we're sending through 2 teams today, match point winner and also the team with the next, you know, most points here. Now, because we love to look at our stats, these are our legend picks at the moment. I'm actually a little shocked that Bangalore is still in the top there. You know, we've seen a lot of cryptos, Newcastle's come through Genome, but Bangalore still being one of our top picks, but crypto sneaking in close.
Yeah, look, you know, we did see a little bit of a dip from the 100% pick rate of Bangalore in, you know, say split 1, split 2. At the split 2 playoffs, she went down to maybe somewhere between 70 to 80%.
Yeah, it's been a really good mix-up of meta here. But, guys, let's find out at LVI. Can they get to match point in this game? It is game number 2. We're going back to World's Edge. Let's take it away.
It took one game for Las Vegas Inferno to be 7 points away from match point. So I don't know about you, Lace, but it's looking very likely for LVI to get it done here. Welcome back, guys, as we're going to go into World's Edge yet again. And speaking of Las Vegas Inferno, your Genome here on Landslide, starting things off. And one thing I've noticed too, coming into their stats from last time around in the last game, sure, it was a flow bringing in the damage, almost 2k there, but it was YRVZ with 11 kills to 1, putting up the points for this team.
That's a pretty crazy stat line. And it's even crazier now that I'm looking at the fact that they are dropping in Landslide, just because, I mean, not that we think Landslide is that bad a spot anymore, Dax. You got to remember there's a POI draft happening here today. These lads are dropping straight out of the dropship, old school style. But, you know, people would literally not even utilize this POI. It was left unlooted at the start in days gone by. Yeah, now I guess partially because of the fact they added a ring console to it. It was a lot less playable as a central low loop POI without that. But this time, yeah, I mean, they don't get the ring console there. They only get the survey beacon, but of course everyone gets the survey beacon now. Luckily for them, it is going north. So they might be able to rotate through Countdown potentially and grab their survey beacon to, ring console to get that kind of info and then continue on their way to Skyhook.
Yeah, and speaking of, Skyhook looking to be likely where everything will end. You mentioned a while ago, though, no POI draft, it's a dropship, so some teams can actually contest one another. And one thing we've noticed from that initial map view, Lonely Let Gone, Evo's Predator, in effect, are sharing Skyhook West because LLG want to play and start in trials.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I've just got over to Roy and he's got 3 Ultimate Excels banked up. So I don't know what else, what other kind of loot they found in there, but they've certainly got a couple of Ult Excels at least. I mean, obviously Trials, not as useful anymore with the bin resets. It's like one of the big benefits of that was getting the rare gold backpack, gold helmet to help you get your ultimates and tactic back up online. But now that pretty much everyone gets that with the bin resets, you know, you're not as worried that you get to see Trials go the other way anymore.
Yeah, you don't usually see that too often. Gold looking more and more common, but that's just been the case with how the bins work now. Remarkable team, though. CK tries to get back into cover towards the train station. They also have Turtle actually holding on to the middle of Skyhook. Remarkable team. If they can get their cards right, they can play for a good spot. Kill Devil looking to land on them. Outside gonna be around 2, but MDI White heading towards the west of Skyhook also. So at the very start of the game already, you see these teams look at the AWK buildings as per usual.
Yeah, teams are setting up towards the north and the northwest of Skyhook. It does seem that's a fairly good chance that's where the ring is going to go. We'll see if we do get a pullback. See a couple of teams already fighting over the train station. This is Kill Devil versus Remarkable Team, setting up fortifications inside of them.
Yeah, castle wall though set up here for RT. And Turbo cracking that damage down. The flatline doing work. Remarkable Team now looking for any kind of contact too. But they go now towards the low ground. The reset here for Turbo and the rest. Turtle setting up defenses too. But Remarkable Team, they're in trouble here. Getting scouted heavily by Kill Devil. Also you have Evil Predator and outside looking to pitch in the action.
2 more teams wrapping from either side. That's why they had to duck right down into the middle there and set up the pylon in the bottommost part of the train station. It was a good time to Turtle. They actually managed to come out of that okay. So honestly, well done to Remarkable Team. Navigating that situation and not losing anybody. Outside, they pull back. They go back to the diner. And they're potentially going to be looking at X and Y, who are in the building next to them.
And they see the high ground to Kill Devil. We go all the way on the opposite end of the map and keep going gaming. The battle here versus Bearclaw on the opposite end, but KGG, I don't think they're going to actually go for this one. Tree clean of the rest. Just use the guys there to back on away, and they're the ones headed now towards the next ring here.
Interesting though. I wonder if they're worried about, okay, we can see Kill Devil, the fight continues over here in the train station. Kill Devil want this for themselves. Turtle goes on the outside and he was escaping from Kill Devil, but that doesn't really matter when he's got Evos on the back of him. Is he going to try and go for the finish on Fafa Fifth? Looks like he wants to live for now. Yeah, he did, because the other 2 members of Evo Predator were just trying to hold down their building, but now they have to actually come out for the reset. Do they get caught off guard? Heroes could be scouting this out potentially.
And Remarkable Team, you got Turtle here. He's using the evac tower. Try to find anywhere safe to play as a rat, and he's gonna land back into the train station. Look to find the banners elsewhere. Turtle, oh, this is looking exciting. Effectively, Genome has the red shields because of the Controller Legend perk. Dropping on down now, and yeah, same location to hide yet again.
Well, I'm surprised he didn't take that evac. Did he think someone was in the tunnel there? Because I can tell you there isn't someone up on the train tracks. And if he had have gone, he probably would have been able to make it in there and maybe even grab a, you know, a craft and a respawn back at somewhere like Epicenter. But unfortunately, just doesn't see the angle, doesn't find the line, and that will be an early dropout there for a Remarkable Team.
Yeah, I got scared just because Kill Devil was nowhere in sight, and as soon as the Remarkable Team went back towards the north, it was a drop from Kill Devil and a send to get the wipe. NSS and the rest now looking to head on in. You already see most of the lobby setting up from Skyhook. You have Havoc now in position. X and Y gonna be in Skyhook too. Crash out towards the middle. And speaking of, Vegas Inferno underneath the central building here of Skyhook right now, as NSS will take one of the only balloons here in the World's Edge and look to find a way in towards Skyhook also.
So you can see most teams very much set up. You've got Final Dream, even the last team in Countdown going to be coming in, and then you've got just 2 or 3 teams on the outside. You've got True. You can see them over in Love Fissure, south of even the screen. You've got Bearclaw Gaming. They're still around in Harvester. And then you've also got Keep On Gaming from Epicenter. So none of those sort of, you know, edge teams really looking like they're going to be running into each other anytime soon. And yeah, potentially could go another circle or 2 without any meaningful engagements. We'll just have to see if any of these teams within Skyhook start jockeying for position and say, hey, I like the look of your building a little bit better than mine.
And such a long wrap for True. They're gonna go through trials, I believe, just to make their way in. Heroes also on the outskirts towards the northwest, banking on that shift. Even more so to the north on Skyhook itself. X and Y though. 2 armors abound. YC. And the rest of the team looking to bother players inside the diner. This is outside yet again, being hampered here by X and Y. YC now finding the spikes in position. Nutsur Samado brings the Mastiff to life and answers back. So outside, keeping their interior clean. Not only that, they get down one of X and Y here.
Yeah, can they finish off YC? Will they find the angle? Yes, they do. Okay, that's the full finish. And it's at the worst time for X and Y, because just as that happens, Keep Going Gaming will come in to grab the other 2 members and take this building from them.
It goes from bad to worse from a team that made it to over 100 points during the first day, and now they're eliminated at 19th. X and Y. This was the struggle that they had in Mannheim, right, Cheatham? Just the way that they would play would get answered by many of the other teams. Unfortunate yet again for X and Y.
Yeah, we saw Johnny. He actually got out of the building, and, you know, he was sort of taking that path I was talking about, maybe trying to go towards Epicenter, something like that. But he ran straight into WWBD, who are playing from the drill tower towards the tunnel. So that's it for X and Y. We've lost 2 squads already. Let's see where this next circle shift takes us. No one playing market at the moment. Actually, interesting that that has not been identified.
I don't think Heroes nor True can make the cross happen, with MDY White as well as SWQ being alongside that path outside the ring. Though we were hyped out for this team for good reason. Noel Sang, I believe the only member returning for outside the ring. Got other members now. Nutsurusama, the return after a brief stint in Evo's Predator. You also can't forget to mention Killapause there within that roster too. So they have a good chance to make a run here in the LCQ. True though, up top trials, and they have advantage of everything going on Skyhook right now.
Yeah, look, True, they've been picking out the market. I mean, there's a zipline that naturally goes to the building next to it. That's got MDY White in it, but if they can just wait for... No, Racky's got the zipline up already, so... Okay, it looks like they might have just been waiting for the bin reset. Grab any of the bins up top, and once they've got that extra loot, and they can go a little... Oh, no! It's actually DC. Okay, anyway, we've got a fight going on over at Countdown.
Yeah, Bearclaw Gaming, they were busy with the drone, gets hit by the Skynade, and Lonely get let gone. A chance now to make the push happen. Heck has already been down here by LLG, and Roy wants to go for this kind of push. Termite grenade being lobbed, and here you go, sending it to the other side of Countdown. Bearclaw Gaming, they're back up the train, but not for long, as here comes Roy. Limo eliminated now. The push comes to shove with a massive in hand, and Roy, oh Roy, you know his name, you know his game. He's on the hunt with the rest of LLG here.
Oh, they have to get out. There was just... I mean, Heck was trying to stick around, but so many grenades came in. He had to drop. He had to go low, and that means that Panna, the only one left alive, of course, does have a little bit of mobility on the Pathfinder, but like him, Final Dream down to 1 for now.
Yeah, and Evo's Predator eliminated too, but Aimbot, can he find a way out? Kill Devil still prowling on around. Good send from Kill Devil, and we've seen this from KD, one of the most improved squads from split number 2 compared to split number 1. They were last in, they were in the high positions in split number 2, and right now, they're taking some more KP as SWQ also smell the opportunity to hunt down Aimbot here.
Yeah, well, these buildings are going to be where it's at, Dax. The zone has pulled very much on top of where Kill Devil and Final Dream are right now, so that could have been a game-winning play potentially from Kill Devil. As Aimbot, last on his team here, can he find a spot to just stick around with you? This is exactly the spot you wish your Crypto had stayed alive, because they're in the middle of the circle, but it's going to be a little tougher.
Oh, no.
Oh, that was a jump square.
Just a small gap.
Dude, like, production switching to the map there would, like, just made that a horror game. Why would you do that to us?
I don't know, I was watching Alien Isolation, man. Bolin slips through the cracks in that small sliver by the wall. Just sees the Bangalore, says, okay, cool, that's a freebie. And now, that's Final Dream yet again done and dusted. Ring yet again pulling, as you mentioned, towards SWQ, towards Kill Devil. And it's a big battle for position that worked out for them there.
Crash out. Sitting just outside of the ring, all of their utility will go down, and as soon as that happens, they can't get reset. A very well executed push there from Roy, as Lonely let go on. Another team goes down at the hands of our Chinese competitors.
Keep an eye out on this squad. You have Roy, a star truly through the history of APAC South, leading the squad. And they are making as many waves as they can. The Tsurusama, though, on the other hand, a battle here versus NSS. They lose Flying Raccoon immediately. NSS, they're not out of the woodworks as of yet. Outside, still on the hunt. Killapause here, using that Nemesis well to bring the damage. Sora getting back into the diner, though. Tries to find the shield bat timing towards the staircase, and at the very least, outside still on the chase forwards at SS. Vegas Inferno eliminated here. Do they have enough points to make it to match point here, Genome?
Oh, I don't think they did. They went down with 0 kill stacks and probably only 1 placement point. So that is a wild turnaround from their game 1. I mean, they were... The match plan seemed very different here in game 2, right? It's a skyhook zone. They were trying to play a little bit more zone-wise, which is interesting when they were so good at just full sending teams in the last game.
Yeah, just not the right position. Also, VCAN now up top, the middle of Skyhook. You got Havoc nearby also, scouting that around with Bible 2. Noticing everything around this area. WWBD. They're flying in towards Kill Devil here. It's a big send, but a beautiful shot from VCAN also. Just shutting down Killapause there. Down and out. Damage from above. Nutsurusama faces the rat also. And VCAN with the can-do attitude bringing some big damage. Kill Devil now holding their claim versus WWBD.
This position is so important to hold on to. And it looks like they've repelled the push pretty well. Scholar just trying to pop the bat as he goes into Invis in the drone, but as soon as he comes out of it, they know exactly where he is, and it'll be SWQ in the other building to finish that one off. We're down to 8 squads now, Dak. Quite a few down towards the market. We're seeing MDY get into it with Lonely Let Gone.
Yeah, the EMP comes on in. MDY Whitetail left to a solo with Ming Yue. And Ming Yue looking for any kind of cleanup. Havoc now eliminated too by SWQ. But MDY White, are they next? Seems like the answer is yes. They're gone here. We're left to 6 as heroes pick up the pieces from that one.
In 7th place right now with 17 points. Obviously, you know, that seems strange, but I guess you've got a lot of advanced standing points sitting around in this lobby that are skewing how many points you would usually have after 2 games at this point. So Heroes not doing too badly, and they've got a chance, honestly, with a lot of the south side of this zone to themselves to try and start moving up a little bit further, especially considering Lonely Let Gone are now down to 1. And it looks like they're not going for the respawns. Oh no, they still need to get the banners.
Yeah.
I'm having a look at Tao, yeah, in the drone right now. He's about to grab those 2 banners, and then he's probably going to go straight for the respawn. Grabs them. He just got them directly in front of the Pathfinder, who wasn't able to knock that drone down. Now, of course, and that's the respawn beacon he will be going for next.
Did you see how high that drone went?
Yeah.
Up top the building, just the longest way around. But you mentioned that LLG a chance to get the respawn going. But I do want to give kudos to Heroes too. They've been playing a bit of edge here towards Skyhook. They're the one team that didn't go inside those buildings. They stayed on the outskirts of Trials. And right now, they're going to be facing off against VCAN. The set comes on in from Dante also. VCAN with the damage towards Heroes. Sure, the Dark Veil's up, but Heroes already gone. VCAN now taking damage too. It's up to Big Sue. Castle Wall to make some cover and try to find a way for the reset.
Oh, thank God for them. The Newcastle, the last one up alive. There is a chance for reset as KPG will take down KPG and Kill Devil, sorry. Yeah, too many acronyms rolling around here, but they also get all the loot up here on the roof. By the way, meanwhile, Tao has been holding it down in Invis. He's been playing this smart as well. He knew that the EMPs were coming out from the other drones, so he has kept his own drone further away. He can't recall it because then he'd lose his Invis, but he's tried to play on top of the building so that he can come in and probably pull a very similar tactic to who was that we saw do that in game 1 and come in with a last minute respawn.
It was X and Y doing that. Exactly. He's Batman right now here, Genome. And Tao will look to be the hero of Lonely Let Gone story, but you have to show off for Keep Going Gaming. The nade there, shutting down Kill Devil, taking them all out with one single bit of ordnance. VCAN also looking for intel. Tree Cleaner seeing this coming, trying to knock that one down. But we're left to 4 squads. SWQ has been sitting pretty in the building for so long here.
Not only that, but they've got 2 effective red armors here, as well as Crazy Kong on the purple. So that's not too bad at all. To keep BG, have got such a fantastic position here. Look at that, even on the energized zip line. still putting out bulk damage here.
Keep going game, so reactive with the angles. Now the EMP comes on in, and VCAN eliminated as they run into SWQ. They don't expect that the diner has been taken even on the ground floor. Keep going game with a swing. The rat's gone. Lonely Let gone eliminated here, and we're down to 2 squads. Keep going gaming versus SWQ on the inside yet again, but keep going gaming wants the push, gets the push, and they're getting the KP also. SWQ have lost Yuling here already.
Doesn't manage to time it that well, but we've still got a Revenant in the lobby. 75 shields for the moment, and that is enough. That is too much, in fact, for everyone else as they walk away with the dub.
Nasty work there from Keep Going Gaming. The Revenants getting as much height alongside the Pathfinder and Tree Cleaner, Bolin, as well as KH. That's a dub going for them. So what a way for Keep Going Gaming to end that one, Lace.
Yeah, first of all, we're getting lucky today. Dax, great performance from all of our teams. A skyhook zone pull. Love that so much. Like, I feel like Apex is just the gift that keeps on giving. Keep Going Gaming winning game number 2. But Dax, why don't you take us through some of your thoughts on game number 2, especially X and Y being knocked out a little early there?
Yeah. I'm a little surprised X and Y going down that early on in 19th place after the performances here in the LCQ prior to today. But it just so happens when they go for the send against one team who's there to pick up the pieces, it's just KPG. And that's been the story of this game so far here, Lace. Keep Going Gaming, the name says it all, and their timing is impeccable, not only because of their game sense, but with the Pathfinder and the Revenant, you get height, you get distance, you get speed, you get all you want if you just want to go for the full send.
Yeah, even just watching that last fight that they had, it looks like they're getting the cohesion together a little bit more. You know, having their team sort of peek on the ledge there into SWQ. You know, you can just feel that they've definitely got their communication down a lot better from since we last seen them and just being able to clean up that win. But, you know, SWQ as well, one of our teams, you know, that has been to the LAN stage. They're one of our Pro League teams, doing incredibly well there with 6 KP and a 2nd place. But of course, Keep Going Gaming first with 11 kills.
Yeah, it's a beautiful haul of 15 points there for SWQ, but you said Keep Going Gaming. 23 on the board, KH 7 kills and almost 2k damage. And the last 2 fights that we saw from Keep Going Gaming were just impeccable from them. The rooftop to the train tracks reposition was one thing, but getting the 1st to 2nd floor clear into the diner right, having the windows to be utilized, you don't see that too often. But when you're facing off against that Pathfinder, that Revenant, you know that nowhere is safe. LLG doing what they could to make it the top 3. VCAN, Kill Devil to finish off the top 5 there, Lace.
Yeah, and I want to have a little chat about Las Vegas Inferno as well. You know, they made the choice, I think, to rotate quite early on in that game. They were 7 points off match point. You know, I thought they would have been a little bit more KP focused, Dax. I thought, you know, maybe they could have played a little bit more edge, cleaned up the havoc that happens usually on the edge of zone. But yeah, I think they decided to rotate and, you know, get their place in Skyhook early, and only gaining, I think it was one KP on top of, you know, their already crazy first game. I mean, you know, they're not out of it now. They're 44 points. But, you know, they had the chance to be the first team to hit 50 points.
Yeah, I would love to see something golden already and said 2 maps played, Las Vegas Inferno. But you said it, from 7 points, now to 6. And it was because of that one placement point that they got there. I did expect them to do what Heroes did there instead, right? Play towards the edge, find the fights there. And Heroes, they got 8 points for that, with 5 of them being the KP instead. So you got a question now for Las Vegas Inferno. Was that first game the best that they're gonna show us, because there's still so much to play for here and other teams can play catch up from this point on?
I'm not going to say it's beginner's luck because, you know, we've definitely seen them play before, but is it, you know, first game luck? No. You know, they definitely have what it takes to do it. That was only game number 2, of course, you know, only 6 points away from match point. Of course, we've got other teams sort of trailing along, still a little bit far away. You know, we've got teams sitting on about 23 points, 20 points, so they still need to be able to get ample amounts of kills and win just to move to match point there. But we're going to take ourselves a short little break and we will see you back right after. First game, 44 points. They are currently on Dax, only 6 points away from reaching the 50. And then you got to win a game, and it sounds, easier said than done. But they are very much in line to do so. Keep going gaming, 33 points, and then, SWQ at 29, Dax. There are a few teams sort of trickling at the bottom that I wouldn't really usually see there. MDY White, Final Dream, Evo's Predator. But, it's only game number 3 coming up. There's still so much more action to unfold.
Yeah, like you look between 10th to 14th place, right? Place Heroes, Evo's Predator, as you mentioned, Bear Claw Gaming, Final Dream, and MDY White. A few more veterans coming in from split number 2. Not really having the best tournament here so far, and they're just still looking to find their big game, because that's exactly what happened to Keep Going Gaming. With that win in game number 2 with 23 points from around 7th place, they're straight up towards second. SWQ has just been also very consistent, but right now I'm very keen to watch out for X and Y also here, Lace, just because that this team, they set those records back in day number 1, and I wonder if they can do so yet again. JR, YC, XD. Truthfully, it was a bit of a Mannheim LAN to forget. They had one big moment against Notboys, just griefing them towards Barometer. But back in split number 2, especially here in APAC South, they finally found their form. They finally decided, okay guys, we're no longer just one of the teams trying to punch our way into a LAN. We are a standard here of APAC South. And especially from what I've seen so far from YC as well as JR. You got that leadership here from JR. You got that consistency from YC. You got XD bringing in the damage. And we saw that impeccably and impressively back in Group B. 146 points from day number 1, Lace, in those 8 games. And I wonder if they can replicate that here today.
Yeah, they're always a team that you want to look out for. They're currently 7th place right now, 19 points. They're tied with VCAN, who have been performing incredibly well. Lonely Let Gone as well. So, they are definitely tinkering in those top spots. Of course, we can only send through 2. So, they've got a little long way to go. But definitely that is a team. I know that you, Dax, and all of us should definitely keep an eye out. And as we move over to our legend picks again, we were talking about the Bangalores out in front. But Crypto, I have noticed that Crypto's been a higher pick for a lot of our teams, like tickling just behind Bangalore. Obviously with the EMP scanning of the ring consoles, Dax, and much more. It's actually been quite a crazy influx of more Crypto players.
Yeah, I agree with you, because we had so many Watsons back in split number 2. The common answer was just to go Crypto, and we saw that there. Newcastle being more popular than Watson, also Pathfinder being one of the meta right now with all the mobility it provides, especially with the energized zips, and of course your choice if you want consoles or survey beacons depending on your comp. So really a few meta shifts really showing up here in the LCQ.
That's it. And as we have our team sort of loading on in, we're going to take yourselves into game number 3. We're going to head over to Storm Point. Let's take a look at how our teams perform.
It's game number 3 here, Genome, and we are going to Storm Point now. Welcome back, guys, to the LCQ of APAC South. 2 teams will go to Japan after everything is said and done, but Heroes, they already lose 1 with a cape. Bastion taken down by Vixaria, and Heroes, they're in trouble because True coming in from Devastated Coast, immediately contesting them towards the Armory and into Echo HQ.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting one early on. I mean, I was definitely keeping my eyes peeled for any kind of contest action. Obviously, this being the first time we're seeing Storm Point in this finals lobby. And yeah, Heroes, an early loss for them. Though you can see where True's landed there. So, like, I don't know. I'm not quite sure, honestly. Like, I didn't see it happen. So, like, did they pick up a charge rifle and then just, like, get a long-range kill or something? Or, like, did they grab the kill and then go down towards the armory? Like, that's a very interesting way for this to play out at the start, because it's not like True have gone for a sort of, like, regular looting path over a Devastated Coast or something either.
Yeah, they were just angling immediately towards that broken armory, right? But you see their map view and Barometer looking the place to be. Lonely Let Gone, likely to have the zone here. NSS alongside Havoc already making their way in towards our future area of engagement.
Yeah, it's very much looking like a Barometer zone, Dax. Centering around that. Where it goes within that, we'll have to see. it does feel like the southern side is probably more likely, and that is exactly where NSS are pulling up right now. They've got a chance to hit that survey beacon ahead of them. Flying Raccoon, their Pathfinder player, has gone for that over the Ringmaster perk, but I don't know if they really want to push their luck any further, because they can hold down this building with the Newcastle pack combo they've got going here. Honestly, that might be the best case scenario for them.
Yeah, smartly done though by Lonely Left Gone. They take the tower now, vying for that control. And yet again, the Mozambique's doing some damage, but Soyo and the rest of Havoc now causing chaos. And LLG, they will get the trade on back courtesy of Roy. So 2 versus 2 now. Roy looks for the confirm here on the Soyo BDA. It's Havoc immediately eliminated too, as NSS were lying in wait downstairs there, Genome.
Okay, an early take out. So I think we were talking before about whether Havoc had any Pro League players on their team. So yeah,
Soyo.
There we go. Now that we've seen that, yeah, it's Soyo who was playing for White Flash, I believe, during Split 2. So yeah, been a bit of a glow up for them, because I think there was something like a bottom 5 team in Pro League. So to be now contesting for LAN all of a sudden is pretty cool. They came in second place during the winners bracket round 1 and grabbed themselves 9 advanced starting points for this lobby.
Yeah, unfortunately for them though, the first one's gone. Kill Devil on the other hand. A battle here to Luhan. Hard to get the police. Some damage done with the Mozambique here. Backs away from the spike, still danger afoot as Kill Devil and Heroes vie for position here towards Coastal Cap. Lahim peppering the opposition with the scout in hand. The Mozambique though, it's only a single, never mind, there's the second one. Akimbo rules. And Lahim with the push, no assist on the outside. Here we go with the Mopi shield also, but the shield that's not good enough. Kill Devil up as 3 again.
Oh.
Bastion with the PK instead. Kissats next on the list here as Heroes will bring in the pain. Kissats 1 HP, a dream shattered here. Now as Kill Devil stand tall and take the fight.
Well, there's just a couple of situations where the PK is still better than the Mozam, and one is if you can get the jump kicks off and hit the 90s every time. So nice shots coming through there, but Kill Devil ultimately will be the team that wins that engagement, and as a result has actually fairly good priority to the zone from the south side through that tunnel that goes through to the west of Coastal Camp. So interesting to see if they can play that side of the zone well. V-Can, they're coming from the north. Still quite a few teams up and around there. This is no Skyhook zone. We've got quite a few teams coming in from the north, the east of the map here, who are really taking their time. And you can see SWQ here, not really one of them, but they're going to go deeper into the zone. I think they've read this well. They know it's really not going to be ending towards the north, up in Spider House, so they will move a little bit further with the next ring info that they have and take over this egg house.
Yeah, and they're taking the west side here. We've also noticed WWBD get the reset and the respawn into Pylon. And what's interesting with the barometer ring here, Genome, is most of the squads we outed to play from Edge, they start up the north. You got X and Y, Keep Going Gaming, as well as Las Vegas Inferno starting in Zeus, Lightning Rod, and Command Center respectively. Now they're the ones who have to carve their way into barometer. It's WWBD. They notice there is a bit of contact nearby with MDYY. Crash Out though, on the other hand, still fighting now versus LLG here for the tower.
Yeah, the tower is being the site of quite a few skirmishes, quite a few engagements so far. Are we going to get another one? Lonely Let Gone. They've actually lost Roy, by the way. So now Tao has to try and look for Moby. Can he find one? Is he going to be within range of... I think the next respawn beacon on the map is all the way over near Coastal Camp, so that's probably... I don't know if the drone is even within range of that, let alone, there's no chance that Roy would really get back to them from there, so we'd potentially be playing this out as a duo. Let's see if someone else slams the tower at some point and can take the top of that away from them.
Yeah, hasn't that been the case so far today? The two rules of engagement, EMP into the zipline, or just hide with the cloak, and then eventually get the res with the crypt. So in any case, Final Dream, they notice the rotation of Keep Going Gaming from Jurassic, and they have so much to work for to play into Barometer. Lonely Let Gone, on the other hand, now getting pushed here by Crash Out, and Yaya gets another one going. It's a solo left for LLG.
So going from, can we, maybe play big and show a little bit of presence, play at the top of the tower, to, okay, I'm a crypto, I'm going to rat in zone. And unfortunately, I don't know. I mean, he's going to need to try and find a spot where he can, like, hide the crypto drone, because obviously we've seen in late zones, you can sort of take it out of the ring, and it's a lot less likely that teams will tag the crypto drone back there. But if they find it earlier on in the game like it is now, then all of a sudden you're just exposed in the middle of all of these teams. And you can see he's got a good position in the, you can see the green dot there. That's the one remaining player, Tao. He's got a good spot in the zone. Let's just see if he can. Oh, I like this spot, actually. He's found a spot for the crypto drone on top of the tower.
Oh, and he's getting the banners too, so Lonely Let Go on a chance to still go for the res. But you said it, I was wondering, if we play Barometer, there's so much height by the towers themselves, but there's so much open space also. So you just slide in the drone in the middle of the tower right now.
I love this.
I hope we can show it on our feed here.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah. It's so smart.
Dude, I think what he's going to do now is he's just going to play here,
Yeah.
and unless he gets EMP, because of course EMP being one of the things that will show the position of the cloaked crypto player, he can wait for someone else to call in a Moby, and then just try and go in and snipe that.
This is the most height I've seen in this game, quite literally.
This is ultimate height.
I never expected that we'll be able to see the top of rooftops, the top of towers, until we got into a crypto meta like this. But LLG, they're gonna try their darndest to stay alive. Bearclaw Gaming, though, southern building contested here by Evo's Predator, alongside SWQ, who's nearby.
Oh, is this the drone view, or is this just our observer being their own little being their own little crypto drone? 'Cause that's basically what Lonely Lake Dawn's view is right now. X and Y, still quite a few teams. I mean, we've still got 18 teams alive. Of course, I guess that's round 2. That makes a little bit of sense.
Ooh.
As we see a huge beam from JR there, and he's going for the double.
JR, what was that? 175 beam comes on in, and X and Y, this is where they look strong. Coming at the storm point, they find the fights elsewhere, and over all the way by the mill, they're hunting down the final member of Outside. Noel Sang, where do you go? Quite literally outside the ring now, trying to get the Phoenix kit up, but JR, he's unrelenting. He wants to find the push here, Genome, and he's trying to cross through hell and high water to get this KP.
It looks like he knows where he is, though, and as he swings around, he does get the vision of it. The scout coming out from Nolsang does some damage, but as they both do damage to each other, of course, the medkits are gonna have to get popped, but he doesn't have the time. The tag team comes in, and YC will finish that one off. A couple of kills going the way of XMY.
YC gets the pin. Where did the Bangalore come out from out of nowhere? Bearclaw Gaming, we're still not done with their engagement. X and Y now scanning around also. No contact. They're gonna have to eventually move to Barometer. BCG up on top here by the compound. Limo noticing the push here, courtesy of Keep Going Gaming. And KPG still a chance here to make the leap happen. They have the Crypto, the Revenant, and the Pathfinder. An opportunity awaits them. Pana, though, with the final Papa 5th, and Evo's Predator eliminated here with left to 15 squads now.
Yeah, not bad for them. Not only because of that, but also the zone is pulled very, almost directly south. And that means that the building BCG are in is looking pretty good now, Dax. It's VCAN that have the tiny little island to themselves, all the way at the bottom of the bridge. So it'll be interesting to see if they can set up there with the Newcastle on their team and try and hold some other teams off, because no doubt they're going to start to attract a lot of attention when the next circle gets revealed.
Strong position if they can hold it, and VCAN, they impressed in the last lobby, coming into the finals of LCQ. Number 1 in the lower bracket. Allows them a chance right now. The EMP scene, final dream though. They get affected by it. MDY White, the one hampered by the other members of Final Dream. Aimbot now pushing towards the bridge also. MDY White hiding by the staircase, now found by Aimbot. Gets the crack onto the cat. They see the pylon, they see the fences, but there's the damage being brought on in by Papa. And LQ, dude, he's already gone. Ming Yue also a victim here to Final Dream. They win the fight already. They're hunting the solo left.
It didn't really seem like they were considering those angles from above, and the Mozambique's just making quick work here of our MDY players. Meanwhile, Bearclaw Gaming gets sent on. We're talking about how good this building was, and all of a sudden, 3 teams involved. Now SWQ coming from the north as well. They might be able to clean up all of this. This VCAN, it's just Dante making a bit of a foray by himself. He needs to be careful. Meanwhile, Boring for Keep Going Gaming is the only one alive here. His drone is destroyed. Can't survive. He will go down. Bearclaw Gaming, they're not going to get the reset either. I mean, the Newcastle is alive right now, Limo, but can he find access to his teammates?
SWQ playing this so smart, dipping in and out of the fight, picking up the KP along the way. But with all this noise being made, they want to get the wipe on Bearclaw Gaming just because X and Y is just right outside their doorstep. Donut now lobbing the ults. They know it's going to be a trouble coming their way. The Rolling Thunder now into play here as Donut and the rest of SWQ have the interior. X and Y just swarming like flies, and the Mozam sing yet again. YC brings in the pain. YC with another one, and X and Y, they get the wipe. SWQ, a team they went to land with in Mannheim, they're eliminated by the hand of X and Y.
Meanwhile, Dante gets the assist from his crypto here. They pop the EMP so that he can actually fall in there and almost completely eliminate X and Y. I don't think they realized it was just a solo coming in. And they actually find XD too!
He's been pinging it. They've just been pinging it. He's here. He's here. He's here. And Dante gets a sniff of XD. And X and Y, they're gonna go out in 11th. So much fighting for this one building here, Gino, but V can't stand on top after everything's said and done.
So was that the crypto player pinging that? So I think the drone might have seen him go into Invis and therefore was just pinging that spot saying, hey, this is where he is. Because most of the time, right, if a crypto player does go invis, you have no idea, and they can rat successfully. But obviously had some sort of information there about the position.
That's just insane from VCAN, and this propels them to a good spot now, as these rings will start to close on, and more so KD, though, finding one more, thanks to the hand of Bolin. Bolin has truly been a star for Kill Devil. Interesting enough, I've heard here, Genome, he's been swapping around input, M&K controller, controller.
God, not another one.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
Candles
he's in M&K right now, but we'll find out later on. NSS, you also see a few more of these teams coming their way. Kill Devil still the threat from afar.
Interesting time to swap as well when controller is at its weakest ever. So I guess
M&K.
If you said he's at M&K now, maybe he has determined that. Oh, on the cross here, we've got Kill Devil. 2 of them going down, and unfortunately, it is the Newcastle and the Crypto. Nolan just trying to get the bat off here in between these knockdown shields, and he'll go for the shield swap instead. Maybe this nade can do some damage here to WWMBD.
SS, also from above. This height so effective. Bearclaw Gaming now has been found by VCAN, but NSS, they have the castle wall to play with. WWBD eliminated 2. We're left to 8, but can NSS get Sora back on his feet? Thresher from all fronts, as a remarkable team are also coming in from above. Here they go, laying claim, getting this domain, and a remarkable team, that's something to note. They're still within the fight.
Only 9 points to their name so far. These guys having to fight up from the bottom to try and get that match point eligibility and grab 50. They've done well for now, but most of the other teams are actually right here to their north as we watch Crash Out trying to pick up a few kills themselves. At the moment, VCAN are wondering where the hell the rest of the lobby is, because they are the only ones in zone. All of the fight happening here towards the north. They're actually going to start going out. To just find some of the kills and say, hey guys, let us in on the action. I want to join the party.
Yeah, the timing from Remarkable Team has been impeccable. Not just once, but twice. They come from height and get the wipe on the teams trying to find the reset. And even though we only have 4 squads remaining here, Genome, 2 of the squads are rats. You got Yaya, you got Tao. Solo's here to try and hide as VCAN, alongside Remarkable Team, just jockeying for the position, moving into an effective 3v3. But this is what happens. You got one crypto for LLG. Yaya, though, on the other hand, he's a Bangalore, so he has to just run around. Vcan spots him. Remarkable team also noticing the Bang running on around and crash out now. They're the ones in danger from not making it to a podium position here.
So Tao's a little bit sad that we don't see any mobile respawn beacons within this final zone, but considering how early Dreamfire, well, it's a bit of a throwback there. Lonely Let Gone, took those 2 losses. It's pretty incredible for him as he actually uses that chance to move forward a little bit. The EMP will take him out of Invis though, and now we get a final 3v3 between Remarkable Team and Vcan.
Yeah, Vcan has been doing so much work to look for these rats, especially the cryptos, and effectively flush them out. It's a big reason why they're in this position right now, where we're left to a 3v3 setup. Arcstar being loved here by Dante. The Rock here for cover for Remarkable Team. Mobile Shield gonna be up as well, and CK and the rest try to make these Mozambiques sing yet again. But Remarkable Team, they're left on the low ground. Vcan now with the advantage. They get the first knock on the CK. Big Sue, Mobile Shield, sure. Vcan now with the push, slowly but surely carving a path of destruction. And what else can Remarkable Team do now? Turtle truly is where they're going to stabilize as they stay under Vcan here at the 3v2.
Yeah, Turtle's left alive. Turtle's the name of the game here. They are playing from within that final circle, trying to set up the pylon and some fences to force Vcan into them. And they're going to drop, and they will take the game. Vcan play it so well from that southern island there.
They got the zone by the bridge. They found the cryptos along the way, and in the end, that first knock said it all. Slowly but surely, Vcan, they took the dub there.
What a huge game, number 3, Genome. A lot of our top teams actually fell out quite early. That was the likes of LVI, Keep Going Gaming, SWQ. But of course, that just made room there for Vcan, who have moved quite far up the leaderboard, Genome. What an excellent game, number 3. Always seems to happen sometimes. We switch over to Storm Point. People got to change up a little bit of their meta, their characters, and then you see some of these teams just not be able to perform exactly like we know they can, but that's fine because there's so much talent here in Apex South. That just made room for even Remarkable. They did an incredible job here as on match number 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, Vcan weren't one of the ones who changed up, right? So they stuck true to the crypto that Newcastle and the Pathfinder. Picking up 22 points, that's a pretty significant bump there. And as you say, that will put them now in 2nd place, just behind LVI, who have been struggling to get off not off the ground, but off, the 4th floor, because they're so close to reaching that roof, reaching that 50 points. But unfortunately, teams 2 and 3 have not got them there.
I'd say they sort of came out, the gate really strong, but sometimes, it might not go their way in a couple of games, but still, there's still plenty of room to get the 50 points that you need for match point eligibility. But seeing Vcan sort of finally get their moment, they have been performing incredibly well in these first couple of games. So just to get themselves a win with 10 KP added to it to move them up to about 2nd place is exceptional. But, they sort of found their feet a little bit here, and you can see that their sort of, their cohesion and their communication is just improving each and every game. Without that saying, Remarkable in 2nd place with 7 kills. They were sitting quite low on the leaderboard. They probably moved up about 10 spots. I think they might have been one of our last teams, Genome. So they're about 10th place now, moving up 10 spots. So that was a huge game from them as well.
Yeah. Big for a Remarkable Team. As you said, Vcan have been getting better and better. 3, then 16, and 22 points, pushing them up. Whereas Remarkable went 1 donut and then managed to pick up 16 here in game 3. So, they were one of the teams. They changed actually in the 2nd game. So it was interesting that they've kept the same team comp there from World's Edge to Storm Point, but that is different from what they were trying out in game 1.
Yeah, and you can just see that sometimes these slight changes, it can mean all the world to these teams. But it was a great show from them as well. Of course, we've got our third and fourth, Keep Going Gaming. They had an incredible second game, Keep Going Gaming. Fell a little bit short in match number 3. It's fine. They're still up the top of the leaderboard there. Still need a few more points to reach the match point threshold. SWQ as well. I believe they sort of fell out before the top 10. So some of these teams, find it a little bit difficult with the map change and I guess changing up the meta. We see a lot of catalysts sort of come in, few changes there. So maybe finding it difficult in that sense. But, that's only match number 3. We still have a few more to go. And no one has reached match point format yet, Gino.
Yeah, well, I think one of the other interesting things is you're not seeing maybe the level of consistency from these teams that you'll see from teams at LAN and such. When Gaming Gladiators come out with a massive 2 wins on World's Edge, they continue that forward, they keep that momentum up, and they end up getting the most points, in the lobby by the end of the day. Whereas when you look at some of these teams like LVI, they'll have this big flash in the pan, what was it, 23 kills or whatever it was, and then all of a sudden it drops to 0. It's a bit of a roller coaster there with LVI. So I think that is giving hope to a lot of those other teams who were sitting there thinking like, oh god, well if LVI are this far on top, then we have to win match point, and it's always very hard to ever guarantee that kind of action. So all of a sudden, Lonely Let Gone, Kill Devil, all these kind of teams coming up through that sort of midsection now are back in the hunt.
Yeah, I guess LVI, they're known for quite a aggressive play style team, right? So, and sometimes you can't always be super aggressive. I feel like that's how they got most of their points in the first game. And sometimes once you get that, that momentum, that snowball effect, that can really amp you up. But it just seems like they're not really catching their feet at this time, but they're still in the game. But yes, like you said, gives room for other teams to sort of get the courage back that this team wasn't just going to take match point in game number 2. So it's awesome stuff by them. We're going to head over to another little break, but don't go anywhere because we will see you soon for match number 4.
Did you see the announcement video for Champs?
No, what was it?
Bro, it's in Japan.
We're going to Japan. Yeah.
We are. Only thing is, though, it's in January.
Dude, that's like a lot of months away.
4 to be exact.
What are we going to do? We got no B stream. We got no ALGS watch parties. I know for sure I'm not playing ranked.
We're going to be out of a job.
I mean, yeah, for a long time.
I don't know how I'm going to pay my mortgage.
I think
oh,
you're
my
right.
God.
I know. It's a lot to think about.
Guys, we are going to Japan, finally.
That's fantastic, man. But do you not think about the B stream ever? We have
Never.
no job.
Never.
I know.
What are we going to do?
What's the plan?
Well, what's it going to take to keep you guys around?
We got a pretty good asking price.
I'm sure you do, man.
Yeah, I mean, we're thinking numbers here. We've discussed previously.
400K.
400K.
It's a solid number.
That's a really solid number.
Think about the vibes. We bring the charisma.
That
we don't really bring the analytic part, but
and
we
then we bring the heart.
We bring the heart
you do bring
and the
heart.
grid.
There's a lot of heart.
We do.
$400,000 is a lot though for heart and grid.
True.
I'm gonna have to ask the CEO, man.
Ask him.
Ask him.
Move over ALGS. We're adding a B in front of it. And of course, that's hosted by Wig and Greek. Nothing but a green screen. But guys, anyone can sign up to this. This is for anyone. This is a tournament in between before championships. So of course, 4 qualifiers and regional finals. APAC North, APAC South, EMEA, and Americas. Gino, should we sign up or do you think we have to cast it?
Well, look, let's give it a go, Lace. Honestly, I'm down. I know. Onset. I saw he was signing up in EU.
No
so I mean, why not, man? I mean, we only came. What was it, like 20th last time we played together? So
yeah, that's is that at 20th out of 20 teams or like is that what we're meeting there? But look, that's what I mean. This is the awesome. This is for the community. You guys can get in it if you feel like you've got what it takes. Then definitely sign up. Qualifier 1 October 16th. So you've got a couple of weeks to find yourself a team, get it together. Try and work out all your differences, not yell at each other, and get in and amongst it because it's a $400,000 prize pool which is absolutely insane for something like this, where you don't have to, I guess, work through Challenger circuit and everything just to get a little bit of dollars that you can get in and amongst it, and it's huge for not only our region but everyone in Apex.
Yeah, no, it's really cool to have an open circuit, sort of vibe to it. It's I feel like it feels like very like the roots of esports, back in the MLG days, or whatever it was, where you've got anyone can turn up, anyone really could have that Cinderella story and win it. And I mean, it kind of feels a little bit like that here today, Lace, when you've got all of these teams, as we've talked about, some of them who haven't necessarily seen ALGS level play before, and all of a sudden they're in the finals, they're on the cusp of making it to an ALGS LAN.
That's it. We only have 2 spots. So we obviously have the match point winner plus the next team that has the most points. So we're only looking for 2 teams today. No one has reached match point eligibility just yet. So we're going to keep things ticking. But, maybe all the teams, the 18 other teams, could sign up for BLGS.
I'm sure they will.
They didn't make it here. They could sign up for BLGS and try and get some money and make, a little bit of cash in that sense. But look, only time will tell. We still have a fair few more games today. We're obviously going to play a minimum of 6. We still need our match point format to be reached. We obviously have teams very close. So let's find out if they can do it. Let's head over for game number 4. We're back on Storm Point.
Yep, it's game number 4 of the LCQ, but honestly, I was thinking more so, if Lace is gonna play the Octane in the LGS, and if I'm in this trio here, Genome, I'm gonna play the Conduit. What are you playing? Like the Raid, the Bangalore? What are you gonna bring to the table for our upcoming squad for BLGS?
Yeah, look, that's a good question. Okay, so we've got, was it Octane Skirmisher? We've got support on Conduit.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can't play Newcastle. I mean, I'm a pretty good Pathy player. No, we've already got a Skirmisher. I can play Bang. Look, honestly, Dax, I can play anything, man. I'm like the Swiss Army knife in here.
Yeah, I mean, come on. You cast every region, you play every legend. Well, I wonder if we're gonna get better.
Not well,
than 20th
but,
place. No. I hear our producer just telling us, play Gibraltar. It's not for me, brother.
That's the root special, man. Yeah, look. Bubble timing, way too hard for me. Yeah.
I am not the master of the shield dance, but of course, we got 20 teams that have been masters of the region trying to fight for 2 spots, and immediately, look at that ring here, Genome. Kill Devil smack dab into the pylon, potential for it to end that way.
Could be pylon.
Yeah.
Could see something over towards Jurassic as well. Yeah. I guess we will see. A Kill Devil, they have got the ring console. They haven't scanned it yet. I don't know why not. Of course. I do know why not, because they're not playing a controller character. There's no Watson, so they need to get their Evo up first. So we've got Lohan, who has popped up there to grab the Evo. And now, of course, Boland will scan it. And as soon as they do that, they're going to be like, oh, damn, people come towards us. Yep, because, of course, we see Havoc, who start over in Jurassic, already thinking about taking up position in Pylon.
Yeah, and Kill Devil, actually, this is a bit of deja vu coming into LCQ. I think that was day number 2, perhaps? Or maybe day number 1. Either way, they had height on Pylon. They had the ring on Pylon, too. But a few plays to drop down and try and get some KP that way did cost them the game. So maybe some lessons learned for Kill Devil moving into this one. And you said it, now that they have the blue shields, they get the Ringmaster for the Pathfinder. Not only that, sometimes I just feel bad for a team that gets the ring, but they don't have a console. And as soon as they head out from their initial draw spot, right, suddenly they realize, oh, everyone's going our way, and then they lose the spot they started with.
Yeah, it feels bad. It's hard to know, like, how quickly do we have to loot? Are we playing in the spot that we would usually play with if we had that information? Yeah, it's just kind of tough. And the other thing is, as we mentioned, they don't have a controller player, Dax. And if the ring's on them the whole time, that means you're kind of missing out, sort of, like on 25 shields the entire game, right? Because, we saw, like, NSS pulling in. Their Catalyst is going to have that extra bar of health the whole time that they're sitting within the pylon.
agree with you. And we've seen also a few of these teams exploit that extra shielding when the controller's left to a solo. Heroes, though, getting the menace of the EMP upon them. Castle wall set up, though, from Lahim. Kisshan's also barricading the side doors here. And Heroes, one thing they do so well as a team is to just make a safe spot in the middle of chaos, in the middle of danger, and now they back away from it.
Yeah, you do often see teams fight for these lower positions in Pylon, like, very early on. I don't know if that's because it's hard to scout them out, or if they just say, you know, we really need to take this spot, we're willing to fight early for it. But they managed to sort of work it out equitably there, and no one actually goes down in the end. So still 60 players in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, this troop has, well, 4 squads a while ago, now 3, with the Heroes coming out and Assess alongside a Remarkable Team as well as Havoc. Speaking of Remarkable Team, making a good case in the last game. You guys noted it a while ago. Remarkable Team with the struggles, but second place in our first Stormpoint map a while ago. Maybe a chance for them to redeem themselves and bring themselves higher up on the scoreboard here.
Will be. I mean, you know, they're already not quite in that top 4. Oh no, wait. Are they? I just missed the. I missed it up top there on the ticker. Yeah, no. They're in number 10th at the moment. So yeah, it was just that one good game that really just pushed them off the bottom of it. But as we saw there's quite a few teams who are getting close here as we get some drone information that's making Aimbot feel a little frisky here, but doesn't quite manage to catch that player before they get back to cover.
Yeah, True gets away with it. MDY White eliminated actually by Snoop and the rest. But while this tangle happens, Vegas Inferno also wanting to go for the third party, but the turnaround onto YRVZ instead forced him to back on the way. So Vegas Inferno, they do have the compound to play gatekeeper into Pylon. Final Dream, True will have to roulette, give that one up, and Final Dream actually heading their way towards launch site, or launch pad rather, when one of the fingers keep going gaming on the other side, and many of the teams finding fights. Remarkable Team, one of them already, a push now versus, of course, the rest of Shuki Noyaya, and that is now Remarkable Team picking up whatever they can here down below in Pylon.
No, Lonely Leg Dawn go down as well. That's not ideal for them. But yeah, we see that fight start to happen down towards Launchpad here, and KPG have managed to cleanly grab one of Final Dream and just add a single kill point to their tally. Meanwhile, True crouch walking in. I think they just want to hold their spot in the zone. They're holding that building that's just in front of the devastating coast bridge. And I think for the moment, especially because the fact that they have the ring information, they know it's likely to be Pile, and they're kind of just hoping that it pulls out towards the buildings that are near them, because then all of a sudden they'll have a great spot.
Yeah, and many of the teams will have to find spots very, very soon. They're coming in from Pylon. Bearclaw Gaming, just right now, getting a pyramid for themselves. Lima, Heck, and Pana back in Split 2. Some big clutch moments from the core of Bearclaw Gaming. I remember a 2v3 win back then towards Down Beast, but we're not seeing it here. The LCQ right now, and Necesto cleaned up. A Kill Devil also within Pylon. X and Y, on the other hand, all the way towards the north side. Still trying to find the fight versus outside yet again here.
Yeah, it's a fair ways away from the ring, but oh my lordy. Oh,
you notice it too?
My lordy, Dax. Okay, we're gonna need some map view at some point, because this is a spicy one. This is a World's Edge pull on Stormpoint.
I never expected it could pull that way. I was thinking maybe it could go Jurassic side.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That was like the 10%. Apparently there was like a 0.1% we didn't even know about, and I can tell you none of the other players know this. Basically, unless you've got a ring console and you have scanned 4th ring, everyone is going to be surprised.
Yeah, well, one team right now moving the way of the next ring is outside, who has that console information. X and Y also from the north, so that's why we saw them by command center get the info that you need to head south of Skilift and figure out where to go from there. We're watching Final Dream also now trying to get away from Keep Going Gaming, but KPG still unrelenting. This team knows not what a red light is.
Dude,
There's
this
no
li-
stopping them.
Red light, tell me about it. Boring has just pulled up from the zone in the complete opposite direction to his two teammates in a trident to try and grab that last kill.
This is insane, KPG. What are they doing here? Anytime they can find a hunt, a sniff of it, they want KP. They get it easily. And final dream forced away. KPG now with control of the East.
That was
What did we
insane.
just watch
He
from KPG?
drove through every single stoplight on the way there. Okay, here is that ring, guys. So as you can see, everybody has assumed this was a pylon ring, not even a Jurassic ring. Certain it's a pylon ring. Pulled up into there, and then it has gone completely north. I can tell you, when we looked at this about 15 seconds ago, you know, those three teams weren't there. WWBD, outside and keep going have only just taken up positions there. This is a wild one. It's going to be so fun watching these teams pile out of pylon and try and make their way through north through the chokes.
Yeah, and I'm checking the teams in pylon right now here, Genome, and most of them don't have that console information. They're clueless to the next ring. Kill Devil, especially one of them. They're sitting pretty up top the tower, feeling like, okay, guys, we got this ring. We will have this game in the bag. They'll be surprised later on. Heroes, though, pressure afoot. Bastions now needs to get dragged in, back into cover by Lahims. The beauty of the new castle, though, Heroes get the reset back on the inside.
Oh my lordy. Alright, so Heroes here. They're looking for position. They think they're playing for the game-winning position, but all they're playing for is about 30 seconds of peace before their world gets turned upside down. And they have to make it south to north. I mean, so many teams within here. Kill Devil. They thought they had it all to themselves. Obviously, as most pylon starting teams do, they play up the top. And just try and conserve a little bit of ammo. And then play for the late game. But, yeah, look, as you can see, Heroes... Ooh.
Sands trying his darndest with that damage. Hero still up as trio. They do call for the back away now. Team the rest want to bring Bastion back up to a healthy fighting condition. And True gets a reset also on the opposite end. They have Newcastles anyway. They have the cover to work with if they want to make the push happen. But Heroes now, they back away from Pylon. They look to play outside instead. And an interesting rotation. They might go all the way around just to maybe play the compound here.
Yeah, I mean, they were fighting against True, who, you know, hilariously had a good spot and probably would have been able to rotate through zone from that spot near Devastated Coast. And then all of a sudden, they pull into Pylon. Luckily for them, though, the Mythic Spin spawned almost directly on top of True. So they just got, you know, the triple shield buff that comes with that. Plus a gold nemesis they picked up. Yeah, some nice weaponry there for True. So hopefully they can make it through as they go up past Launchpad. They'll have to go through Vegas Inferno, however.
SWQ struggles afoot. Crazy Kong getting get knocked out here by X and Y. Yuling has his own fight to work with inside the building. SWQ, they've had a good run so far. Top 4 in terms of points. Yuling tried to at least get the bat up, but hunted down here by X and Y as well as Evo's. Pecan also showing up here to try and get the catch. Evo's Predator left on solo with Fafa Fifth hiding away from X and Y. Eventually, all the teams coming in from the north meeting each other by the buildings here as cover is just lacking into the next few rings.
Well, Vcan now moving up into first place after a slow start to the day. Only 2 points away now from match point eligibility. This is an impressive set of games together this new team has put in.
Iraqi though, damage again. True now hunting down whoever they can from KPG. KH has been caught and keep going gaming. They get the building, sure, but Vegas Inferno, the team that was previously in first place, who has found struggles in the last 2 maps, they're just lying wait down below. They hear the chaos being caused here by True, though, who zipped up on top and now look to take the fight towards Keep Going Gaming. They've taken the northern side of the building. Keep KPG hiding on the south. And True is just hunting down whoever they can, but neither side finding the contact yet. Look at Tree Cleaner and Boring just hide underneath the building here.
Yeah, I think they're actually quite confused because they took the zip up and they were ready for a fight. They were spoiling for it, And then, as you say, yeah, just a weird little, you know, rat spot there that Keep Going Gaming sit in. And just as I think, was that the respawn that was coming in from them? They're going to take some losses here as True look to clean up these KP. And Vegas Inferno, meanwhile, are on the bottom level, just hoping that maybe they can get a couple of scraps from this fight.
Well, they did. They were fed KH, that's for sure. As soon as the Pathfinder landed, didn't have, of course, the grapple available from the respawn. And Las Vegas Inferno just looked at them and said, what are you doing here? What's up, bud? That's big damage.
By the way, the zone pulled again. It went towards those buildings that we were just looking at.
Yeah.
That's what is going on? Like, whenever you get over here, I feel like it never finishes near these buildings. You will always go towards that river that's like, you know, outside. So we've gone from like, you know, the 90% to the 10% to the 0.1% to the 0.0001% finish over here. This has just been a wild ride of a game.
Yeah, dude, this is one of the rings that you're gonna add on Ring Guesser in the future.
Yeah.
When did this happen? As X and Y shutting down VCAN as much as they can, and at least try to prevent them from hitting match point eligibility. Bear Claw Gaming went for the flyby though, and they're gonna be running into the final member of KPG, and that will be KPG eliminated here. 3 cleaner found by Heck. Oh no, Pana found by Killapause and Kraber. And Killa and the rest of Outside now looking for opportunity. They have the ring actually under their feet. Outside the ring, they also have the castle wall set up, so Killapause has covered to work with to keep sniping from afar. Yeah,
very much in time, though. Obviously, you can see the castle wall went up, managed to zap some grenades that were coming through to try and find that finish onto Pana. Ooh, okay, more Kraber shots piling out now, and Outside, they've got a spot here down the bottom. Some good scout shots also coming out from Null saying is up north. We've got so many teams now fighting for just a little scrap of space.
A handshake via peace, but X and Y, the one losing out on this trade deal. YC gets the shields on back, and YC peppering the opposition. Is there any escape for Walking L and the rest? X and Y providing pain and removing havoc from the lobby. YC, absolute mastery from him. But we're left to 8 squads, now to 7, as Scholar finds the last member of X and Y there.
But a greedy play there from YC. He was not fully healed. I think he actually had time and went for the banners instead. So he pays for that with his life, and X and Y will go down in 8. WWBD now with that spot up the north, and it's really okay, Kill Devil. We've got a single rat not even willing to heal and give away the sound cues. You've got Heroes actually sitting in a pretty good spot below. As a 3, you've got Outside trying to play around some of these rocks. And Bear Claw Gaming, as well as all of the buildings, the teams in the building, like True, will probably be looking to push in very soon.
Well, my eye right now is on Vegas Inferno. They realize, guys, we just need placement points. Just hide here, tuckered underneath the caverns. And if they can find a way to actually catch out through mid-rotate, that should give them enough KP to make it into match point eligibility. You can see it already. 48 points here, Genome. A few more squads go out, they make it. 2 more kills, they make it. Either way works for Las Vegas Inferno.
By the way, VCAN did not make it. Sitting on 48, they do not get across the line here in match 4. So Vegas Inferno looking to go one better with 2 more points.
And this is their chance, as we also saw Kill Devil found out. The push, though, from Scholar and the rest of WWBD versus Heroes. Massive again from Scholar up close. Here comes the castle wall, though. Killa finding Limo all the way off screen. But Lahim now, he has his own Mastiff to work with. And Heroes not shying away from a close quarter fight. Heroes right now, this is their banners being sound. As they make it to the top 5 outside the ring, though. Also battle here, as True will be eliminated all over as well. Outside hunting. Bear Claw Gaming, they're the ones who have been dulled here by outside the ring. Top 3 left, Genome, and Vegas Inferno, they've done it. 54 points so far.
And Heroes actually get the reset off of that. This is a team that has been to LAN this year, and they want that experience again. They've got a taste of it, and they want more. They fully heal up. Medkits have gone off, and they just need a chance now to try and get some angles, but how are they going to do that when Vegas Inferno are around the corner and outside are now spreading out, looking, even with the 2 remaining Kraber shots, to try and bring them down?
It's a battle for SEA supremacy here between these 3 teams outside the ring, having many veterans from the Thai scene right now. And here we go, the Dark Veil. Nice nade though from afar. So Las Vegas Inferno feeling the pressure of not just outside, but also Heroes. Kiss Sands though, trying to play for cover. Bastion right now just into the corner, but there's too much damage being done on the Heroes now. Las Vegas Inferno, they get the wipe, sure, but it's now a 3v2 as outside the ring have played this so smart. Killapos though has gotten knocked on down. 2v2 now, but it's too little too late for the Inferno boys as outside will take this dub.
Congratulations to Outside there, playing that very well from the low ground. And LVI go on to match point.
Game number 4, filed away under jaw-dropping. Dax outside the ring, just being to get the creme de la creme with a bit of KP and a win. That must feel really, really good for them. But let's talk about it. We finally have a match point eligible team. Dax, this was a team that had 23 kills in the first game. Not going to say fumbled game 2 and 3, but that's fine. Coming back in game number 4 with a bit of KP at 60 points currently. We obviously are sending through 2 teams, one team that wins match point and the other team that has the most points. So, LVI or Las Vegas Inferno still need to keep this momentum whether or not, they win the match point, because they could be that team that just has the most points to also send them through.
Look, Lace, the average games, right, to make match point is usually 3 to 4. so they got it. They made it in time.
Not good enough, Dax. No.
The standards were set a while ago, and at least right now they've done so yet again. Sure, it was a 23 KP game for Las Vegas Inferno in the first game, but right now it's more humble. 7 KP, 9 placement points is where it really matters. It actually equalizes, I believe, the amount of placement points as well as KP that they have, with 30 apiece to make it to 60 overall. But we have to look, of course, at outside the ring. There was a bit of hype coming into LCQ with this squad, because come on, you have some incredible veterans of the Thai scene in it. You have Nutsu Osama returning yet again. You have Noble Sang, who has been outside for so long. Killapod returning to an all-Thai roster. Yes, please, I want to see more of that, especially from this top 3. And they played it so well. The timing, especially when Heroes and Inferno were busy with one another, outside was already setting this foundation of their success there, Lace.
Yeah, we can see that the proof is in the pudding with 7 kills by them and just great damage. I feel like they are the top damaging team coming out of game number 4, or very close. True has got a bit of damage on the board, but this team, they worked very well to solidify this win. Las Vegas Infernos, of course, coming in second place there with 7 kills, which does push them to the threshold. But here we go, Heroes. We've seen this team before. We know, Lahim, Kassans, and Bastions can do incredibly good things. Coming in at 3rd, moving them up a few spots as well, must feel pretty good. And of course, one of our roster mania changes, Bear Claw Gaming, Pana has joined them in Bear Claw Gaming, and we said it right at the start, Dax. If he does, Bear Claw Gaming don't make it through, then he's retiring. Pana's going to retire. So, crazy stuff.
Yeah, and I wonder if they can make it to the top 10 at least at this rate. Bear Claw Gaming, maybe one less ride for Pana, but the series scoreboard says it all. We finally get one team eligible here. 60 points for Las Vegas Inferno. Genome said it a while ago during the cast. 48 points only for VCAN, so they're 2 away shy from making it to the 50 point marker. KPG outside the ring, X and Y teams that we've seen a bit of hype coming into LCQ, 3rd, 4th, and 5th with 39 and 37 points respectively. It's getting exciting at the very top, but Las Vegas Inferno in prime position to finish things off as soon as they can.
Yeah, we still have many teams that could reach the 50 points as well. Like you said, Dax, VCAN only 2 points away. They had an incredible game in that last match too, but unfortunately Kill Devil, I think, sort of took them out before they could get that extra 2 KP. And you know what? I'm going to say The KP in Keep Going Gamey, the KPG is standing for kill points because there's a bowler that went on a trident just to get the extra kill. Way away from the team. It's just like, you know what, we're gonna get some more kill points here, and they are incredibly close to. So if they can keep up that crazy kill point hunting, I dare say they would reach match point as well. But of course, you know, we've still got to get through all the matches here. So, you know, we still got game 5 and 6 ahead of us now. But let's have a look at some of the stats here. Dax, why don't you take us through exactly how some of our players are performing?
Yeah, you can see it here. YRVZ, impeccable amount of kills for Las Vegas Inferno. Man's on the Newcastle, but Man's also bringing in the damage as well as the confirmations to allow this team to make their way to the very top. And he was a big reason why we did see Las Vegas Inferno up top on the scoreboard at the very start of the game there, Lace. But on the other hand, Kill Devil still has Bolin in that roster, and he made the waves during the Dreamfire substitution back in the Mannheim line for a single game. He also brought this Kill Devil team from last place from split number 1 to a respectable placing in split number 2. There's a big reason why Kill Devil is in the running right now, and it's because of Bolin and his 10 kills plus 4k damage here.
Yeah, and interesting enough, you know, to put such a, you know, an aggressive player onto Pathfinder again, I feel like that kind of gives you some buff point stacks. You know, if you're really good at collecting the KP and good at full sending, you want to go on the path. You want to collect that sort of stuff. But let's take ourselves a short little break. Don't go anywhere. We have one team on match point, and we're going to see if we're going to get some more. We'll find out shortly. Points. We, of course, are doing match point format, so they do need to reach 50 to become eligible. And Dax, one of our teams that are eligible for match point right now is Vegas Inferno. Do you think in this next game they have what it takes to get the win?
I mean, we're going back to World's Edge, so there's a possibility, right? They did it in game number 1. They can do so yet again here and now in game number 5. But you said it a while ago, Lace. Outside the ring, jumping up from what, 11th place all the way to 4th. We've seen a number of teams actually do that just to keep themselves in the running. And I feel like, especially with a team in match point eligibility right now, you need to have that big break game just to give yourself a chance to one of the 2 slots. Because you don't need to win the whole thing. If you have the most points at the very end, you can still make it to Japan.
That's it. You know, you want to get all these kill points. You want to get these positions. You want to get these points. And, you know, VCAN as well, a team that is really showcasing their skill today. Only 2 points away from match point, but still our second place team. They have been absolutely turning up today. So, you know, even though Vegas Inferno is on match point currently, I have a little bit of a sneaking suspicion, Dax, that VCAN, this might be their chance to maybe win another match or you know, get that threshold and knock out Vegas Inferno, because they have just been going insane today.
Yeah, and right, they've been a relative unknown here coming into LCQ. Impressive work from the team from the Challenger circuit. But I also noticed a while ago there, Lace, it was mostly Cryptos over the Bangalore. Something is afoot coming into this next map.
That's it. Well, let's go check out some more EMPs as we go back to World's Edge. Going to see if they're going to pull out the crypto. Let's head on into game number 5. Let's take it away.
Well, it's been a shocking set of results here so far, and we are looking to see if Las Vegas Inferno can finish the job off in 5 already. We'll still play a game 6, by the way, if need be. Or will another team join them in match point eligibility? Welcome back, guys, as we go back into World's Edge. And here we go again, Genome. Another fight in the LCQ. Do you think Vegas Inferno got this one or not?
I don't think we'll be finishing the series here, even if we, you know, weren't counting the fact that it's not even game 6 here, Dax. Yeah, no, I don't know, man. The couple of games in the middle there do make me wonder if it was a little bit more of a freak occurrence than a, you know, sort of a consistent play style, a domination of these top 20 lobby here in this LCQ. But yeah, I think we've got a couple more games in us.
Yeah, and you can already see the ring looking to head towards the south of Climatizer around the epicenter area, but there's still, of course, a chance for it to shift towards the north of Fragment from what we've seen so far in some of the older rings on this map, which means X and Y again, in effect, forced to play a bit of zone rather than the edge playstyle they wanted. Kill Devil, within how this works as Lace just whispers in our ears. Not enjoying the ring pulls today, Lace? I don't think so.
Apparently she's not. But yeah. Look, one of the interesting things about this circle pull, Dax, is that when you look at the teams that have landed here on World's Edge and how they've distributed themselves, it's actually a lot less congested than it usually is, right? Because we've got MDY White taking both Monument and Fragment East. You've got Kill Devil playing from both Epicenter and Survey Camp. So really, there's only 4 teams in that quadrant of the map. So there's actually quite a lot of space. So it'll be interesting to see if teams struggle to rotate through the chokes on the way there, or if there's any extra fights that are happening because teams are kind of getting towards that area at the same time. We have seen a lot of Epicenter matches as we get a little bit of a run in here between True and Grape Soda, which I don't know, they're kind of getting a little taste of their own medicine here, Dax, because obviously Grape Soda were the team who were, throwing themselves very early at a lot of other teams during Pro League. And you can see they've even got Revenant playing with Loki there, so I wouldn't have been surprised if that's what they were trying here either.
Yeah, Grape Soda, they might just run into Bear Claw Gaming too, so things aren't really looking up for them. And you gotta wonder what happened to Grape Soda. They were the kings of the contest back in Split 2, but Las Vegas Inferno, immediately, they're positioned to try and end things on a high note. Well, it's under threat as a flow YRVZ. They have to back away, set up the castle wall, because as soon as they fly in towards wherever they wanted to play into, the building held by X and Y, Vegas Inferno has to back off and just move towards Epicenter instead.
Yeah, well, of course, they are the one team who wants to play zone, wants to not worry about getting kills anymore at this point. They want to end things. And of course, it's match 5, so we would play one more if they did win it here. But, yeah, they want to sit the next one out. It's been done before, and we could see it here again from Las Vegas Inferno. They've set up relatively early. But yeah, this spot towards the north, I don't know if, have they read this circle correctly? Will it end here?
I mean, you have the Watson of Sato set up towards Epicenter itself. Survey camp for the other 2 players that was beaten back by X and Y. And as soon as they get contact with outside also, they just decided to disengage. So Vegas Inferno, a safer game today compared to the other few maps. We're watching Kill Devil right now, getting hampered by the Arc Star there of MDY Whites. There's the train tracks here, getting filled by teams also, and MDY, they're not done putting that pressure on Kill Devil, but this one train car is good cover. See Havoc also nearby, but they don't want to get in the action as of yet. It's Soyo instead, scouting around, looking for any opportunity. He slides in after the AP spotted out the opposition. Damage done from afar. And Havoc playing the third party in this upcoming fight.
They take the shots here. And yeah, Kill Devil are going to be struggling to find positions to play where they are not taking a lot of damage. Of course, they do have the Newcastle, so I guess we'll just have to see if, yeah, they're waiting for the castle wall, it looks like. And it's up to 85% as nades force them out. And I mean, they, you know, they've already used the mobile shield, and all of a sudden, they just take too many bullets. They found the spot that they wanted to play, but without those extra fortifications, they can't make it work.
We just saw them get knocked out simultaneously by Soyo there. Havoc gets 2 KP. MDY Whites will get the consolation of 1. But in the end, and in fact, Kill Devil, the first team eliminated when we've seen them make it towards the mid to late game for many of these matches so far. So that's 1 down. MDY White also spotting out NSS, but they realize now with Havoc nearby, they have to be careful to get pinched if they want to not get pinched here by other squads coming in from above.
Yeah, who else could be coming in off the back of them? Maybe X and Y, who have stuck around. They've done sort of the long loot version over at Climatize, are really taking their time, picking up everything they possibly can. That's not, unfortunately, got them really close to purple, which is a little bit sad. They may need to do some damage for that. Meanwhile, over at Overlook, seeing a couple of teams getting into it. SWQ gonna go out so quickly there, as well as True.
Such a quick wipe from Keep Going Gaming. One thing we haven't really talked about too much yet, as we're left to 16 squads. Boring or Bolun, as you see in the lobby right now, formerly of Weibo Gaming, the shot caller, I believe, during their good run this year. And Weibo didn't make it to the LCQ finals here, Genome. It's such a fall from grace from our champions from split number 1, but KPG bringing that banner instead. Soyo though, finding another set of Tarvix. Havoc causing chaos here by the train tracks. And where Kill Devil died, MDY Whites will be placed the same. It's Havoc again finding success.
Yeah, I mean, there were quite a few teams that didn't make the final 20, right? You know, War Monster, Firebird, Weibo, all these other names that we know. But when I actually went and had a look at the roster stacks, not many of them were playing with their Pro League rosters. The, you know, the org name was still there, but either those players have moved on or, looking for other teams at the moment. So yeah, we, you know, it wasn't like it was the full strength Weibo team that I think would absolutely be able to mix it in this final lobby.
Yeah, it's the first time we don't get to say Goo Goo Gaga in APAC South, as the man didn't even play the LCQ itself. But that is old news, as BCAN, on the other hand, the new hotness of the lobby, 49 points, 1 more, and they've done it. They made themselves match point eligible. And they have height here, peering over across towards Evo's Predator. So a battle through the lava river. BCAN, Dante especially, has had such an impeccable tournament so far here, Genome. I believe he's had the most damage so far in the lobby here with 4.5k, and he's looking to add more moving forward.
Oh, okay, impressive stats there from our Pathfinder player. From the distribution of teams here that you can see on the map, yeah, it's an interesting circle, right? It feels like teams are not necessarily sure whether it's going to be finishing over towards Overlook, whether we get one of those bridge finishes towards the epicenter, or maybe even a little more north and towards the train tracks where like Heroes and Havoc are.
Yeah, so many options right now, but Havoc has banked on their spot for so long. And they've done all they can, wiping out 2 squads, adding big KP thanks to Soyo and his leadership, I dare say, for this roster. And Havoc has been interesting. We don't see this distribution of, I'd say, players too often. You got MYSG roster, effectively. You have Soyo, the one with the experience in Ash Esports or White Flash, as you mentioned a while ago. Here we'll go Las Vegas Inferno. They find the fights towards the west. LLG across them. Why don't we listen in to Las Vegas Inferno and see how they take this fight?
มันเอาโดนมามันทะเลลงขวาทะเลลงขวา
แล้วขวาโอเคกดไว้ไปฝั่งไหนใช่ป่ะตอนนี้
ตอนนี้อยู่ฝั่งนี้ตอนนี้อยู่หลัง
โอเค
หิน
โอเค
พี่แดกเดี๋ยวพี่รออยู่กับผมกดจนมันก่อน
ดูหนักกดหนักกันเลยมึงกดหนักเลย
มันโดนมัน
โอ้ดูฝั่งอื่นให้หน่อยนะ
ใช่ใช่กูดูอยู่มึงกดหนักเราไปฝั่งนั้นนะ
ให้ลอง
อุ้ยกูโดนไอ้สะพานยิงสะพานที่ปิดนี่มันไกลขนาดนี้ยิงกูได้ไงเนี่ย
เอาปืนคอย
โลสวย
หินต้องฝั่งเซาท์อีสต์เหมือนยังอยู่หินเซาท์อีสต์ยังอยู่ลองฝั่งกูยังอยู่อีกตัวนึง
มันไหลลง
โอเคโอเค
กระสุนพี่น้อย
มีคนตาตีเรามีคนตาตีเราดูมีสิบขึ้นมาแล้วตาตีได้เป็นยังไงมันลบตาตีฝั่งกูนะนี่นะฝั่งไม่ฝั่งนั้น
ผมดีใจน้ำหนึ่งบาทเอง
กูพี่ออกมาเดินข้าม
กูกลับมานะ
ว่าสั่นแบงอยู่ใต้ตีนมันเดินข้ามไปเล่นรถนะรถใต้ตีนเราอ่ะฝั่งอีสอ่ะ
กูไอ้ตีหุ่นที่มันอยู่หลังน้ำแข็งเนี้ยนะกูไม่เห็นมันนะตอนนี้
โอเคดูฮะวงไปข้างหน้า
มี
มี
คนอยู่ตรงข้ามนะไอ้แบงมั้งตรงนั้น
โอเคส่วนน้อยรอดูที่ต้องหารอเติร์ดอ่ะเฮีย
กูเดินน้ำแข็งตรงนี้อยู่
ดูว่ามันจะไม่มีทามมิ่งเราหาเติร์ดที่หลังไอ้ที่ข้างเรามันต้องดันขึ้นไปเหมือนกันนะต้องเราเติร์ดหินข้างหน้าได้ก็เลยข้างหน้านี่ต่อมันยังมีตีนึงอยู่ใต้รถข้างล่างอาวีไว้แล้วก็มีคนอยู่บนเขาผมต้องดันไปแล้วก็อีพิกตีนึง
ในเมืองอีพิก
เราเดินไปก่อนไม่ได้กล่องนี้กูเดินไปดูกล่องข้างล่างนะไปได้ครับ
ไม่ได้สแกนมั้งอยู่เนี่ย
กูเดินไปดูกล่องเ
ลี้ยวมาหาเราป่ะ
โอ้
สแกนมันจะเลี้ยวมาทางเราเลย
กูดูกล่องไว้
พี่บอกเดี๋ยว
ทิปขึ้นกลางมาทิปขึ้นกลาง
ทิปขึ้นตรงกลางอก
ได้
กลางเอพิก
กูมีแม็กเควีม่วงให้
เฮ้ยเจ็บหลังนี้
ไม่เห็นมันเจ็บกันนึงเอาไม่ใช่ตรงนี้กรอบแตกกูดอกแม็กเควีม่วงไปกระสุนเนจี้เหลือแค่18เมตรสุดท้ายละ
เหลือ20ละ
ต้องรอข้างหน้านั้นมันเดินขึ้นไปมันต้องเดินขึ้นไปตีนะเว้ยเฮียเราเดินตามหลังที่อาวีเราไม่มีแบกเลยเฮียเดินยากเราต้องพยายามเดินฝั่งซ้ายฝั่งขวาเดินไม่ได้
Okay, well, LVI get a little injection of big meds there on the bin reset. They've pinged a spot near the bridge, and the bridge is where we will be going. And I'll be interested to see if they can, coexist there near Evo's Predator. As going a little further south, down towards Ghost Town, we've actually got VCAN sending it in towards Grape Soda. They've taken down Collapse and Snoop already.
Yeah, they just need one anyway. Might as well take the squad wipe. Grape Soda has fizzled out, and VCAN have put themselves in match point eligibility. 52 points and counting. Another squad joins Las Vegas Inferno here.
Nice little way to bring that up, and now they're going to get back into zone. They've got pretty much the whole south side to themselves after that one. Vegas Inferno pick up just a few more accoutrements for their backpacks, and okay, Gen going down. Interesting. Are they actually getting full send here by Lonely Let Gone, who are looking to wrap in on them? The Watson fences and whatnot come up. They are racing against the zone to get out of here, though, Dax.
They've been trying to play safe all this time, but Lonely Let Gone has just led them along this ride. And eventually, Roy and the rest get the wipe of the team on match point eligibility. We're gonna go to a game number 6 anyway. There is just no escape for Las Vegas Inferno there, as Evil's Predator also find a fight here.
Yeah, it was a bit of a classic sort of late Ring 3 rotation. The downfall of so many teams, even at the highest levels of Apex. If you don't identify that position and get there early, you can see how hard it can be to make that one. But VCAN, they're overextending a little bit from Dante. And Bigsu and Bible pull it back.
VCAN from the heights. Dante, of course, gonna get shielded easily by a Newcastle. And this reset will look to work out well for our second play squad. Final Dream, though, an LLG is nearby. VCAN here. Lonely Let Gone. Playing this so meticulously around Epicenter. You said it a while ago, the wraps have been good for Lonely Let Gone. They're playing as much height as they can to keep Final Dream away. And VCAN, they don't want any part of it. They just go away from this upcoming skirmish. As you can see, the ring pulling towards the bridge here, Genome, so it's gonna get messy towards the center very soon.
Yeah, I mean, the high ground south of Epicenter is good. It's better for fragment zones, where you generally get some pretty nasty late game angles. It'll be interesting to see how it works out for one of these Epicenter zones where they have to move north instead. But at the moment, they're really just focusing on these other teams who are coming in from Overlook. Meanwhile, Lonely Let Gone, who are up to 30 points. Whoa! Roy almost juggles his way out of that one, but can't quite get to safety.
Yeah, the damage reduction doesn't help if you're at 1 HP. And Lonely Let gone. They lose their leader. They lose their Bangalore. And with now Tao, the only one still standing, we see a familiar sight here for Lonely Let gone. Time to go invisible. Time to go off the grid for Tao. And look to just wrap up and get some placement points going. Final Dream, though, they're not done. They still have a battle in front of them versus Remarkable Team. X and Y actually getting the reset with the respawns going. 8 squads remaining as Lonely Let gone, eliminated. WWD gone too. NSS eliminated as well. And KPG, will they be next? The EMP hits KH and the rest. They'll get the shield bat. X and Y brought back to life in all of this chaos. And keep going gaming. They want to catch more of X and Y. It's a 2v2 standing here, Genome.
Oh, I mean, they've got about a candy bar's wrap-up worth of space to play with here. Keep going gaming. Oh, okay. Tree Cleaner, though, actually gets a finish off onto X and Y. So, look, good for you, mate. But how long is that going to last for as, I don't know, like the second, third EMP comes in to try and delete their shields? They're finally stable enough to get out of it. And I like how Final Dream have been playing this, honestly. They've been very slow, meticulous, methodical in their move from the west side of the zone. But finally, their privilege has run out, and they do need to now make a trek across to where Bearclaw Gaming are actually holding this out.
Yeah, but Final Dream is looking to slip by a Remarkable Team here. Set up the castle wall again. Look to bring Turbo back to full HP and keep going gaming. Every time they peek out, they're getting hit by bullets. If they find the timing, they can make it. If not, they're dead in the lava. RMT, though, still up top. A Remarkable Team, they know Final Dream is just right behind them here. The climb up from Papa and the rest. Now they want to take the fight, perhaps. They came through the smokes. Devotion in hand with the Watson also. But as soon as he peek, as soon as he swing, CK Kong Bai will say bye-bye to you. Remarkable Team bringing in the pain. And Final Dream, yet again a nightmare for them. But we're not done because KPG finds opportunity. And here they come towards the high ground.
Yeah, but just off the back of that, VCAN will take the energized zipline in to finish this off. Every single one of these members is going to get taken out. I guarantee it, as VCAN look in here to mop up with triple red. So many loot boxes. They even take a second here to try and grab some of this loot before trying to take one of these final fights. 7 squads somehow still left alive. I guess there's a couple of rats still hanging around here.
Yeah, one of them being KPG. A caravan fight, though, here for Soyo and the rest versus Heroes. Heroes versus Havoc as Remarkable Team will be eliminated. KPG gone too. We're left with 5 squads, but Lahim can't find any kind of entry. And Soyo instead with a PK bring Lahim to his knees. Heroes, though, still with the caravan interior. 2 of them on the inside. At least with the catalyst, they can stay afloat here.
VCAN inside, you can see X and Y actually having a position right next to Panna. He doesn't realize that there is a player directly on top of him right now. And VCAN actually, with that knock, are going to look to try and take down Bearclaw. Oh man, so unfortunate for a team that had a great position going into this final zone.
Yep. Perfect timing from Dante and the rest. They swing the one standing behind, and they take down Bearclaw Gaming. The solo of X and Y left, but VCAN now know exactly where he is. XD not going down without a fight. It's a 1v2 ahead of him, but the odds are stacked against X and Y. VCAN will take this one. Not only match point eligible, but a big haul of points to propel themselves forward.
That's right, they take the lead. A win as well as a brace of points there to push them up into #1 spot, Lace.
I'm going to say something lame, but who can? VCAN can. But they are absolutely steamrolling today, Genome. They started out quite well, but just each and every game they are getting better and better. You know, the stakes were really high going into this game for Vegas Inferno. They were our first team to reach match point eligibility. But you know what? I think it was LLG. They said no. We go again. And that opened up the room for VCAN to get into match point eligibility. And with a fair other teams very close too, but VCAN did absolutely incredible stuff. It seems like they were just going around slaying everything in their path, Gino.
Oh yeah, they were slaying all right. I mean, if we look at that last game, they picked up 28 points laced. They've not only taken over LVI, they have trumped them completely. They've opened up a 15-point lead now on the rest of on LVI, let alone the rest of the lobby. So obviously, yeah, they're, as it stands, the only 2 match point eligible teams. But yeah, if you throw away that first game that VCAN had, it's just been domination for them for the rest of this.
Yeah, right. And like, I guess even if we, head into another game, VCAN could still win if someone got match point, won the match point, because we are looking for 2 teams today. The match point eligible team, the one that wins the match point, and then the one with the most points. And VCAN at the moment are sitting quite high on that leaderboard, but they just went absolutely in every fight that they took today. And you can see exactly how that turned out with 16 kills for them. Dante alone, 9 kills. Genome. I guess with the Pathy, I was kind of touching on that before. You got the mobility, the agileness of Pathfinder, just being able to get into those fights and out of those fights, but putting in the damage as well. So it's not even like Dante's just taken, the kills from the other team members. Dante is absolutely putting in the work.
A little bit nuts, huh? I mean, yeah, Dax is pointing out how much damage he had before, and I think, as we look at this, he's probably got, close to, if not the most damage in this entire lobby right now. And he's certainly trying to get up there in the kills as well. That's, these guys, honestly, just coming out of nowhere to slay this entire last chance qualifier lobby.
Yeah, look at them shoot up to the top there. 76 points overall, of course, in the match point eligibility threshold, and Las Vegas Inferno there as well. So I didn't actually think anyone was going to catch, Vegas Inferno after the first game, but VCAN are just going and going, and each game they are getting better and better. So, who knows what they're going to do in the next game coming out of that. Keep going gaming as well. Had a great performance in that game, 48 for them, incredibly close to the 50 points. X and Y as well, finally getting more of their footing going into that game. Heroes, I kind of felt like might have done a little bit more there. I don't know if you noticed it, but I'm pretty sure one of the team members, Catalyst, locked out Lahim in that caravan fight, Genome.
Wow.
And I'm like, I feel a little bit bad maybe if they were together and they didn't shut him out. Something different could have happened, but I did watch that and I thought that was a little bit funny. That's something I would do. I would forget about my teammate outside and accidentally lock them out. So unfortunate for Heroes there. But look, we still have more games to go. It's not finished there. We have 2 teams on match point eligibility, Genome. Las Vegas Inferno and VCAN. Out of those 2, I don't know. It still could be anyone's game, but VCAN is, I'm feeling like it could be theirs.
Yeah, look, a couple of wins on the board for them now. It feels like they definitely have that upper end in this lobby to be able to win yet another game and finish the series off.
Exactly right. But I believe we're going to take ourselves a short little break. We're going to see you right after it for game number 6. So don't go anywhere. This is the last chance qualifiers where we send through 2 people to Japan. So we definitely... Welcome back. Being cut off for that amazing clip there because, you know what, we're heading to Japan, Genome. That's fine. You can shut me up if we're going to Japan because I'm super excited to see everything that unfolds there. And of course, 2 teams from the last chance qualifiers are excited to go as well. And we are trying to find out who that's going to be, Genome.
Yeah, kind of a nuts prize, honestly, isn't it? When you think about it, you know, you have to work so hard to get to a LAN, and being able to get there in just a couple of days in the last chance qualifier is genuinely one of the best opportunities you will get as far as Apex and ALGS esports goes. So looking at how the day has gone so far, VCAN have won a game on both World's Edge and Storm Point so far. Very impressive from this team, as well as outside the ring, some of our fan favorites managing to do that as well. And Keep Going Gaming, they were sort of my pick. So yeah, we'll see how that ends up. Having a look at VCAN and their sort of performance throughout today, you can see they have not, you know, polished off a donut just yet. They'll save those for the victory lap potentially later if they end up in this top 2. Running away with so many damn kills, regardless of, you know, how, you know, which map they've been on or where they're starting out from.
Yeah, and it just seems like they've just got this nice little steamroll effect, Genome, as you said, like even getting the kills, you know, even game number 4, 11th place, still something, still points, still kill points. So, you know, they are definitely doing something well, and that is why they're at 76 points right now. They are in the match point eligibility. We have 2 teams currently. We're heading into game number 6. Even though we have 2 teams, by the looks of it, Vegas Inferno and VCAN being so far out in front could potentially do it. But you said Keep Going Gaming, Genome, was sort of your pick today. They're already at 48. So they totally could do something here. But let's have a look at one of our favorite little stats, G-Moon, okay? The little ratatas. Do you reckon this is increased because of cryptos being able to be invisible?
Yeah, well, remember, right? Like, I mean, yeah, so Tao's got 14 minutes there. Of course, yeah, most of that, I imagine, was just from that single game on Storm Point near Barometer, where, yeah, his team went down super early, and he literally just sat in that middle of the zone and just sort of hopped forward. As soon as anyone else started fighting, he was like, and just like, you know, like took a couple of steps forward, got back in the drone, and yeah, he was an expert at hiding it as well. So, interesting one. I mean, yeah, I was just checking the drop spots here to see, you know, what VCAN had been sort of staging this from. So they've been playing down Beast, and then they've got Lava Fisher plus Mirage Voyage. So, yeah, looked interesting. You know, not too bad drop spots, not even necessarily like that good priority to some of the zones we've seen, and they've just been making it work, Lace.
Yeah, I guess because we didn't really have draft or POI picks, you know, we didn't have that system, everything being so close together. So, you know, they may have gotten something that they, you know, generally like to pick from there, and it seems to be working incredibly well. So that's something, you know, to take out of everything today. But as we look at our legend picks, once again, going into game number 6, you know, of course, we've seen an influx of cryptos as we've touched on. This is bringing back, I can't remember what season it was, but this is bringing back another vibe, because I remember, you know, a time where it was, yeah, cryptos, Watsons, and I think it was Gibraltar, and that's all it was. And you just saw EMPs go off all the time, and it's bringing that nice little vibe back for me, Genome. You know, bringing back, I guess, different legend picks, different character picks, and a little bit of more of the OG Apex that we love. But let's get into it. It is game number 6. We have 2 teams match point eligible, Vegas Inferno, VCAN, Genome. Are they going to be able to do it, or do we go again? Let's find out.
VCAN has already taken 2 of these dubs. Can they get a 3rd to finish it all off and go to Japan? Well, we're going to find out here and now. And World's Edge, yet again, APAC South, LCQ, looking exciting. 2 teams on match point eligibility here, Genome.
Oh, we got 2 now. VCAN joining their region. I was gonna say countrymen, country mates, but it's not really. It's just other people from the same region, and let's just call them colleagues. You know, we're all working together here, and yeah, they'll be on 76 points, opening up a big lead. And this is important, Dax, because you know, winning isn't the only thing on the line here today. If you come second, you got the most points. Also, that's a big thing. Grape Soda, we can see, have started trying to make up some of those points by picking a fight. And they've gone over to... Yeah, they've gone down. Is where they've gone.
The worst part is they ended up playing as a duo into the lobby that I personally didn't load in. But we also saw a bit of a shift. I think we did see Panda and the rest adjust where they dropped, since Grape Soda was only a duo. And you see it, Lava Siphon taken instead by BCG. Grape Soda forced to play into Geyser, into WWBD. And thanks to that, WWBD 2 points to start with, as this ring looking exciting towards the countdown area for our next match.
I mean, yeah, what happened there? Did BCG just say, hey guys, we're taking Siphon, like, good luck, and then they went somewhere else, or?
Yeah, pretty much. Panda in the lobby chat was like, we're landing Siphon now, because Grape Soda is a duo.
Oh, because they knew they were a duo. Oh, sorry, yeah, I thought maybe like one of the players didn't load in or something, but yeah, okay, that makes sense, yeah. If you see it beforehand, you're like, yeah, well, you know, you can't contest us, so we're just gonna take it. That makes sense! Alright, fair enough, well played. Fair shake of the sauce bottle, mate, is not late great, but not necessarily great either. Prime Minister Kevin Rudd said once upon a time. What
did your
Don't
Prime
laugh at me.
Minister say? What do you guys do there in Australia?
Fair shake of the sauce bottle. It's a very well-known, actually, no, like, he literally said it, and he's like, oh, yeah, everyone knows this saying, right? And basically the entire country said, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's a banger and a half right there, and... Okay, yo, your quotable quotes are very interesting down under, okay? I learn so much every time I'm on broadcast with you, Lace, Roots. It is a pleasure to learn your culture, man. Lace is giving me doubt. I'll say yes. Hey, we had a Thai language listen in today, which is so rare. I'll take it. It's a day of culture here in APAC South.
Yeah, we're learning things too. That's what we love. All right, anyway, back to the game. Match 6, 2 teams on match point. Ring is going towards countdown, maybe even Lava Fissure potentially. And we got some teams playing, you know, the north of that, as we see heroes here who are trying to work out where to get set up. They don't want to stay here on the hill. That's not a good spot to have early in the game. Every single team in those buildings will just be, you know, popping out and taking, I was about to say 30-30 shots, but I'm living in the past with that one. So, you know, maybe some Nemi shots, maybe just some long-range Mozambiques, because why not?
Maybe if you close your eyes, you'll see Seer and Catalyst again, together.
Only in my dreams.
Oh, but Val here, remarkable team now, has to drop down towards the ground floor of Countdown. And Sato, actually, of Las Vegas Inferno. Few more fans this time for LVI. They've been a bit more passive ever since they hit match point eligibility. They do just fend off their opponents, but they just can't afford to die here. Thermite though towards the side. Here comes the frag also. Las Vegas Inferno holds steady here. Sato-sang and YRVZ trying to keep everyone topped up and ready now. Defense is still in position. Sato doing his darndest to keep an anchor for Inferno to work with.
Let's go. Okay, some fence, some mobile shields. Just keep them running. Just keep them in the game. Enough time to buy, to get a Phoenix kit off. So that will be just enough now for Vegas Inferno. And you got to remember, they're one of the 2 teams that can end this series here and now. EMP they have to deal with. Nice little bit of juggling, getting the armor down to deny some of that damage at the very least, but it is going to sap further. Yet another Phoenix kit from their utility.
Yeah, but at least they're still alive. And MDY Whites with the sky view of Countdown now. That's the beautiful thing about the crypto meta. We get even more observers for us to watch out for, including these players. And we saw a while ago in the rat stats, right? It's just... these cryptos know how to stay alive. Lonely Let Gone, especially with those impeccable rat stats. We've seen many games with them getting placement points because of it. But Heroes want KP instead here by Siphon. They find the squad already rotating their way. The push though non-existent. Instead, they just hold steady by the houses here.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. They let Final Dream move in, say, hey, you know, we've been a bit lonely. I'll take a neighbor for now. Wave at each other, maybe bake some baked goods for each other occasionally. Share a meal, you know.
Man's living the suburbs life here. You talk to your neighbors?
Yeah, look, not really.
Okay.
Let's be honest. I live in an apartment building. No one knows who anybody is.
No.
I don't even talk at the elevators, man. I don't know about you, but...
I gotcha. I only talk to my neighbors when my cats actually just jump away from my rooftop. And then they're like, hey, your cat's here again. Cool.
That's kind of hype.
Yeah.
I probably would talk to them if there was a cat. There were a chance for pats involved, you know. But...
Dude, not gonna lie. I have to talk to my neighbor very soon because his wall is breaking. It's like some of these castle walls that have happened in these games.
Okay.
This is actually for real. I'm making a mental note thanks to the VOD here. But anyway, remarkable team. They're coming out from Skyhook. True, also one of the neighbors that we have here on Siphon. And it's getting pretty crowded actually here by Fisher rather because we have 1, 2, 3, 4 to 5 squads within the vicinity of Heroes again. And it's one thing Heroes has done in this map, right? They don't like to go where the bulk of the other teams are, but they just like to play a bit of edge in a way as we are seeing more of Countdown now into the next ring.
Yeah, and the way that ring is pulled even leaves open the door for a Skyhook pull as well. So if we're having a think about how this affects our two match point teams, Las Vegas Inferno are very happy with this. Not only if it pulls to Countdown, even if it pulls to Skyhook, they have one of the closest places to go with that. And then, of course, you've got Vegan. They're sitting all the way back out on the sort of the western lava fissure, so they're not in a good spot here for Game 6.
Yeah, WWBD eliminated now by Bear Claw alongside MDY White's efforts. It couldn't make it into Countdown. And one thing I like also about Inferno's position is we've seen rings actually end where outside the ring is at towards their north. So there's still a chance for it if it's the middle ground of Countdown and Skyhook. We still have a good position. X and Y though, 4 points away from match point eligibility. 4th place right now in their standings. And this is what they've been wanting. An edge game coming into World's End. And they're hunting whoever they can. But they check out the caravan. No one inside these fences. Cool. It's clear. And it's only MDY White nearby them right now.
I like how he checked that with his face as well.
No.
You know, instead of just like shooting out one of the fences. But oh, no bushes here, but we got you know,
bushwalking,
fence checking in Apex Legends.
If it zaps.
Look, I was just gonna give some grats to True there, who actually had a reasonably good first couple of days here in these LCQ qualifiers. They've struggled a little bit more so in the finals here, and obviously we did see some action from Rogers and co throughout the rest of the year. It's been it does feel like there could be sort of the next wave of Australian gamers to come through in Apex.
No, I agree with you because we saw True. How long did it take for Rogers and his team to make their way through Challenger Circle, right? And finally they did so. Split number 2. Raki joined them also. But SWQ, they're just getting hunted here by Sora and the rest. Donut, the only one still standing now. And SWQ, it's going from bad to worse. It's a little bit akin to what happened in Mannheim. The first place finishes, but in the end it was a 20th. But hey, Bolin, he's found. Kill Devil, left to a duo now.
Wow, I mean, look, I was just specking Donut, and he hit one of the nastiest R301 sprays I have seen here. And he took down, who was that? I think it was, no, not Soyo. I think it was one of the Lonely Like Gone players who might have gone back up now. But, yeah, look, either way, down to just Donut left alive now. And SWQ have been really struggling today after, having so many advanced standing points. Sorry, with KPG, however, have not.
And KPG 2 away now. This might be the 2 that they need. There's the first, and with a scoop of a kill, that's a cherry on top, as Remarkable Team has been eliminated by them. Go Golden, KPG. You're up to 52 points in the top 3 and in eligibility.
Very nice. KPG join the other teams here on that match point. 52. The third team to reach it. The next team anywhere within striking distance is probably XNY sitting on 47.
X and Y very close also. And we've said that these teams that like to play the edge playstyle just hunt down members of the lobby that they can feel that they can just bum rush right. It helps them bring their tally up even higher and higher, and it might be their chance here. But KPG will have to wait for another game if they want to be the ones to win through match points. VCAN, on the other hand, though, looking to make it a triple threat. They win 3, and they're going to Japan.
By the way, I mean, we were talking about how outside were playing the spot under the Raven, right?
Yeah.
And it looks like that's very much where the zone could be heading. VCAN, if they make this push onto outside and win it, all of a sudden they are in God spot.
I mean, they have the gold medal right now. All they need is the podium itself to position themselves in. But they have a different fight in plan. They set up the zipline now. Here we go with a frag also. Now outside takes notice. Castle Wall into play. EMP as you mentioned. And Dante! Look at the fine damage from Avar with the Mozambiques. Big Sue now dancing with the shield also. They break the shields of outside here. And VCAN will will themselves in a position of power. Noel Sang and Kilo, they're already down. Add Nutsuru-sama to that list. And outside is out of the lobby. VCAN with Godspot now.
A beautiful castle wall from Big Sue. He actually flies over the top of the cat wall to make that play. Evo's Predator, they come in behind and they've managed to grab one of the downs here. Big damage onto VCAN, 2 of them down. Will the Newcastle be able to save the day?
He has the golden knock though. He can bring at least MDL back to fighting capacity, and he's doing so yet again. VCAN willing themselves as much as they can by the castle wall, but not this time. We go for another game unless Las Vegas Inferno can finish it off here and now. Eva's Predator getting work halfway done. There's still half left with LBI peering from above, and only as a duo struggles here. Gopcat's now in a lot of trouble.
And pullbacks are just, they're the only option it seems here today, Dax, because it's actually gone back towards LVI in Countdown, in their office. And as we see this push from VCAN and how they won that spot away, but it's not necessarily where we're going to finish up, Dax. LVI are in an awesome spot now to finish this off. Of course, they're trying to get up their purple armors, only sitting on blue. They've taken up this position early. It'll be so interesting to see if the EMPs will be able to dislodge them from this position.
You know, it's reminding me really of how we started, I believe, split number 2. We've seen a ring like this with Makers taking it from the Countdown area. Is that how APAC South is gonna end if Las Vegas Inferno finishes it off from a similar position? It's getting exciting, and well, that ring even more dicey. You've said it. LVI handed the ring on the silver platter, but they're still stuck in blues. KPG on the other hand, Tree Cleaner taking some immense damage. It's Cow instead finding the fight. LLG, they've had enough of ratting. Instead, they're the ones on the hunt. All left. KH here to try and find the reset. Lonely let gone. It's Tao yet again as a solo. He's been looking for the fight. He wants to get the wipe, but Lonely let gone. Unfortunately for them, we've seen this too often, the Crypto all alone.
Yeah, and it was a 1v1. He opted not to take that fight, Dax. He let his teammates go down. You can see they haven't even been completely wiped yet. Doesn't even try and match res for res, as KPG is currently doing. They're getting the reset. He just says, stuff this. I am going straight for
and speaking of
the rat play.
Yeah, bro, speaking of fours, look who's in fourth, and look who's now match point eligible. X and Y have broken the barrier of 50 points rather, and they're in place, in position. Try and get the dub in the lobby into the next game. KPG, they've now flown on in after a reset. This ring getting quite tight as Bear Claw Gaming True nearby one another. KPG now finding a bit of cover between these pillars, but KD look to knock them out. Bolin again, a sliver of HP, but with all the damage in the world. Kill Devil, though, a bit of trouble. We see, I believe, a castle wall in the background. But Las Vegas Inferno, now they're getting the shields up. Now they have the setup, and they can move their way outside the room they've been staying in for the rest of the game.
Yeah, X and Y, they managed to get the kills onto Kill Devil, though, with the Newcastle player actually using the castle wall to get away from his down teammate instead of, being able to save them. So X and Y, now they'll be playing from the outside. Las Vegas Inferno have finally started to play a little bit bigger. We see them outside here trying to set up some castle walls and maintain their position on the high ground.
Yeah, there's so much confidence here from Las Vegas Inferno. And YR from above. Easy pickings against Heck and the rest. Let's listen in to Las Vegas Inferno now.
เก็บไปกันอย่าล้ม
เผาด้วยเหรอ
มันนี่มามันระเบิดของเราแล้ว
กูเลือด
พี่มาดูกูซ้อมปิดมันโฟกัสมันไว้
ต้อง
มีฝั่งข้ามได้โฟกัสมันจะไปเอานะไปเอาสน
ไปเอาเลย
เอาแล้วระเบิดมาดีพีมาโดนกูแบบ
โดน
โดนไฟกูรอรับ
ต้องแบตผมเจ็บ
กูเล่นข้างนอกอยู่ไปโดนไปเอากูเลือด40ตัวนึงข้างบนอยู่บนให้กินอยู่
ไป
วางเซล
กูเลือด
กินพี่อีกเอายัง
เจนแตก
อยู่ฝั่งโน้น
มาให้
กูสมมติดามา
Alright, we get the double res from Tao, but everyone is going for those kills as soon as they come back in. LVI still holding strong up top.
Yeah, X and Y all the way away towards the north. You also see Las Vegas Inferno having the heights. That's their advantage. 8 squads still remaining though, and Las Vegas Inferno looking pretty, sitting here, standing tall. The EMP comes their way, but they can get back into cover anyway. But the knock comes on in. Very Jew shutting down the flow. Does MDY White look for this opportunity to get the push going? Newcastle Redstone is the bread and butter of YRVZ. Lonely Lecon finally eliminated as we're down to 6. But there's still so much pressure here for a flow and the rest. They're stuck in the corner now.
Sato holds strong though. He hit some crucial scout shots there to keep the team at bay, while YVRZ manages to grab that res. That was so important, and they hold onto all 3 members as well as their very, very important position in this game. X and Y playing from the outside with triple reds are going to be a bit of a threat, but it just depends on whether they've got ultic cells to get the EMP back up, whether they can make a push on the top of a Bangalore ultimate maybe. 4 squads left alive, and X and Y here from the low ground. Will they have to drop to fight them?
Yeah, you can feel the pressure here already. MDY White, though, decide to go for the drop down, which means Las Vegas Inferno, they have the height all to themselves for now. They lose Mingwei already on the cross, and MDY White, they take the fight to Heroes instead. This should result in Heroes now in a very sticky situation. Fei Chu making sure that MDY White has the advantage here, but Las Vegas Inferno, they have moved away also. They're getting as much space as they can here, Genome, and they have the angle thanks to YRVZ.
Yeah, they've gone left side, but they don't have a lot of ammo or meds left, Dax. I think they were trying to play down here to try and get away from a lot of the fighting, but they've been caught off. Heroes and XNY have caught wind of this, and they're trying to deal with them.
Yeah, the castle wall's there, though. Las Vegas Inferno still within the ring. Detection now, thanks to the drone. MDI White, that's a solo left right now, and JR shuts down Feiju. X and Y, it's time for the do or die. They win this, they continue on the series. If not, Las Vegas Inferno will go to Japan. Here comes the Mozambique yet again, but X and Y looking feisty, looking to bare their fangs towards the Inferno boys, and X and Y will continue the play. We go to map number 7.
Oh, what a tense endgame there. LVI have their chances, but they can't keep it going.
Game number 6. Las Vegas Inferno just having to hide and then having absolutely everything thrown at them. Dax moving to the low ground. I'm sitting there. I'm just on the edge of my seat. I'm like, please, A-Flow, heal up. Where are the bats? Pop the bat. You've got this. But you know what? X and Y, they played that so well. It was incredibly close for them too, having, Vegas Inferno on the height and then X and Y having to dance around all the chaos below, but being able to come out on top is something that, I bet you're very proud of, Dax. You love the X and Y boys.
Yo, no bias here, Lace. Please don't No exposing me like that, but it's truly a must-win for X and Y for two reasons. One, sure to extend play, but two, they're in third place in terms of points. If it was Las Vegas Inferno taking that one, it wouldn't be them going to Japan. And when the going got tough, they got even tougher. It's exactly the kind of game that they wanted there, Lace. Get to play the edge, hunt down these members, hunt down these teams, and bit by bit, they got the points that they wanted. But that got so close. You have to give big props to Las Vegas Inferno as well. Genome said though a while ago that it was just unfortunate. They went for the drop down thinking it would be safer, but no, everyone else had the same idea, and that's what caused their unfortunate defeats.
Yeah, you know, there was absolute chaos just happening down on the low ground. And, you know, Vegas Inferno's in this position here, getting a couple more kill points, but being able to fend off everything that was coming towards them at the top there, even with a knock and then getting the reset with the castle, is just insane. If they just held on for a little bit longer, it could have been the end. But that's fine. We go again. And that's because X and Y wanted to be victorious and they wanted to get this win. You know, everyone wants to go to Japan, Dax, okay? So I totally understand why these teams are still fighting. X and Y, 12 kills. Insane play from them, of course. YC has been going absolutely crazy in the last couple of games. You know, there was a Storm Point game where YC sort of held on, fought off two players, tried to grab banners and unfortunately went down, but YC has been putting in the work for X and Y. And then, of course, we've got Las Vegas Inferno, 3 kills, so close to finishing and making this the last game. But that's fine. Dax, take us through the scoreboard. That's insane.
We see 5 shining lights now on the scoreboard. Vcan sure still up top. Las Vegas Inferno very close to getting done, but X and Y keep going gaming, and Heroes also joining the party. It's looking very much so a tight race at the top here, Lace. But let's not count out some of the other teams in our top 10. Kill Devil with 41. Bear Claw Gaming also finding form as these games go on. Outside the ring, also 39 points. And LLG as well as SWQ. You gotta give it to these two squads that even in bad situations, some of the rat play has allowed them to stay in a reaching distance towards that match point eligibility.
Yeah, I don't know if I've been half asleep, but since when did Bear Claw Gaming and Heroes sort of shoot up the scoreboard? I don't know if I've just blinked and they've done something crazy and I've missed it, but Heroes, we haven't really spoken too much of them today. We, of course, know who they are. You know, we always talk about Lakeem being one of a top 10 damages, but to be just jumping into that match point eligibility, I think I've been living under a rock, Dax. Obviously, you've been watching the games thoroughly. But anyway, we finally have... 5 teams on match point eligibility. That means we go again. No one seems to want it, but we're going to take ourselves a short little break. Don't go anywhere. It could be make or break after this. We'll see you shortly. and Heroes have joined in and amongst the action. Dax is crazy. Things are heating up. It's going to be game number 7 soon. 5 teams could take it, could win it. Adding on another team who has the highest points because we need to send through 2 teams to Japan.
We got so many more options now. We have 5 teams eligible, as you said, and X and Y, exactly what they needed to keep their hopes alive because they're only in 3rd place. But come on, Lace, I don't know what to say about Las Vegas Inferno anymore. They've been the biggest tease ever since they became Vegas Inferno. So close to make it to Mannheim, so close after the first map to getting match point eligible as in basically record time. And right now, they were 2nd place in the last game, 1 fight away from going to Japan. And they still have a very good shot at it, but you know, that might start to eat them up a little bit here, Lace. How can Vegas Inferno find a way to end the lobby, put themselves in a position to go to land here?
You know, they're probably just building up the hype for us, Dax. They're
That's
probably
true.
just like, you know what, specifically for Lace and Dax, we're just going to pretend that we're going to win, okay, and then not, and just to get them excited and even more passionate for the next game. And who knows, they could win this next one as well. But obviously, we have another 4 teams that need to go in and amongst it. So let's find out. This is game number 7. Let's take it away. Who will win?
Well, after that last game in World's Edge, the hype meter has to be at the maximum. 5 teams can take the lobby here and now. 15 others can continue play and look to rack up some points. We are going back here to Storm Points, and well, Genome is looking so exciting now. Who do you think, though, of our 5 teams up on top, who has the edge in trying to get the dub here in Storm Points?
That's a good question, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm more likely to take a tilt at that after we get a look at the ring, Dax. I feel like you're trying to throw me under the bus by asking me, you know, before we even get to see that
I need the Genome full primal instinct guess, okay? You know, just hard on that sleeve. Dude, later, we'll get the big brain stuff later as we're getting the rings anyway. I need the heart on your sleeve answer from how we're seeing the games.
Okay, I want the back-to-back for XMY then. That's, yeah, look, and, well, I mean, look, it's going Stormcatcher here. X and Y don't have too far to go. Maybe they can make a play through Secret, you know, maybe over towards Cliffside. I'd like to see that. We've seen some interesting finishes around Stormcatcher. Recently, I'm thinking, what was that? It was like one of the last games towards the Germany land that was over near where Havoc is sitting right now.
Yeah, just hiding under the buildings, right? And we've seen a few games also here in APAC South go that way. I still remember one of the first times we saw Keep Going Gaming that's at Lightning Rod right now. They won a game towards Cliffside, towards that East Trail, those buildings there. And maybe a chance for it to come back again. We're getting a few throwback rings in a way for the last few games from what I realized. It's like, I know this one. The only one that has been so different was the one that Outside the Ring won a while ago. That's like, how does that feel that way?
That was truly wild. Like, that is one of the pulls of all time, I think. It'll be studied. That is for many a season from here on.
They're gonna be like, how dare you not be able to read the pylon-looking ring into outside of that one building that's on top of everything else? You know, by the riverside. How dare you not know it's gonna end southeast of that ski lift?
Look it, I got a
Okay, here. So what was it? 5 teams.
Yes,
Five
sir.
teams now we've got. Having a look at, you know, who's got priority to this ring and going on from there. You know, Heroes do not have that information. They actually have to zip over towards Devastated Coast to try and get that. Meanwhile, Las Vegas Inferno, all right. Oh, look, I thought we'd have some time to just sort of chill and chat things out, but apparently not, Dax. LVI are just going straight at it here with Havoc.
Yeah, they've had enough. They want to take the fight versus Havoc here, but they're paying the price for it, as Sato's the only one still standing left here for LVI. A 1v1 ahead of him. The Mozambique's not enough, and Vegas Inferno, one fight away from finishing off the job a while ago. They're the first ones eliminated in this match now.
That is so brutal. Havoc. I mean, it was a close fight. I mean, they almost brought that back. It was literally one Mozambique shot left on Havoc, and it's kind of just, that's the meta at the moment, right? Like, you know, you miss that Mozam shot one way or the other, and it's everything. That's your whole team's life in your hands.
have so much range with these small shotguns, but you said it. If you miss the initial burst especially, well, how do you sustain that damage moving forward? And LVI, it is just so unfortunate because this team, they've shown so much promise, really, from when they came into split number 2, got the Vegas Inferno sponsorship. It has just been an upstart performance from them to be one of the faces to be known here at APAC South. But well, we're not gonna see them right now. Kill Devil though, to find their own reset here.
Imagine Dax if for the second time, because obviously this happened in Pro League.
Yeah, exactly.
It was so close to qualing.
2 points.
That they get once again just so close to making LAN and then falling just short. That would be brutal for these guys.
And it's been quite a year, really, for LVI. They're hoping now for a game number 8 to try and get a bit of redemption. But we've seen a few squads already moving in towards the Stormcatcher area. Will be one of them. NSS also crash out on the other hand, just up top. Stormcatcher himself as Grape Soda and Heroes have moved towards the east. And you said a while ago, Secret Facility, one place to watch out for. Well, we have one of the match point teams in that position right now.
Yep, Heroes. They're set up there, and they've got Bang Cat Newcastle, which is not too shabby a comp to be playing from that sort of position. Meanwhile, Keep Going Gaming. I believe one of the other teams that's on match point, right? They're sitting on the outside near Cliffside. They're playing Path Rev Crypto. That's a very interesting composition for a team that is pushing 50+ points.
Yeah, and it's that building that I said a while ago that gave them their first ever win within the Pro League this year. It's the same kind of spots that they want to have a bit of the same kind of success, really. Heroes now looking to play a little bit more vertical, move the same way where KPG is at. We're gonna also seen some incredible performances from many players, including Dante for VCAN, X and Y also having one of them. Empty War White though, Feiju's been found out and eliminated, and Heroes make the cross through the wall anyway. They're gonna take the building that KPG doesn't.
Okay, these early fights here, this is one of those zones, Dax, where the early fights are gonna be just incredibly crucial. When it comes to the late game. The ramifications, 15, 20 minutes down the line, cannot be understated.
I agree with you. And the split hold here from KPG, it is immediately void by Heroes' presence. And outside also, to try and find their own claim in that location. SWQ taking Secret Facility, but look at this one orange. He got Grape Soda, not the right flavor, but a good position anyway. True, on the other hand, will take the other nut there, and well, at least you see some of our OCE squads find a bit of a position here moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to play around the gravity cannon, and yeah, it's not quite as good as the orange, right? I mean, sure, maybe if they can get a castle wall down, but Vixeria almost gets picked off there. Oh, man. Barely even gets time to grab the mobile shield up and pull the Phoenix off. But, yeah, they'll get there in the end. They're going to go for the zip. The building's open. It looks like they identified this correctly, and they will get in there. But VCAN, meanwhile, our number 1 team.
Oh, Bible, he's gonna need a hope and a prayer, but it's left unanswered as VCAN has been found by Evos again. They were the ones that found VCAN a while ago, right?
Let's go. Let's go hunting them down. They've worked out who's on top of the leaderboard, and they said, we're not finishing yet, boys.
Evos Predator, well, they're putting their name to this claim, and with 25 points, it's a long haul that they need to try and make the fight happen. But at least that's one more match point team done and dusted. They did see also Bearclaw Gaming move towards the wall. And here we go for even more confirmation. Stormcatcher is a no-go. It truly is heading towards the east, towards the cliffside. And true, Heroes Keep Going Gaming, the ones with the urban areas that they would like here with the houses.
Okay, so now with the 3 teams left alive on match point, XMY, Keep Going Gaming, and Heroes. And honestly, yeah, all of them? X and Y. Where are X and Y sitting? Most of them in very good spots. Yeah, X and Y have the north spot, I guess, so they can start sort of wandering down those the staggered cliffs on the way towards those buildings. And as long as they can watch their back in the meantime, all 3 of those teams will have a tilt at the title right here.
Yeah, and X and Y can actually play a small position of cover towards the north of where Heroes is at. If they time it right, you said it, it's a chance for them to play for the dub. But that's interesting. 3 of the match point eligible teams in good positions. All the other ones, though, try to find their way through. And Kill Devil is one of them. Royce hunted by KD. Bolin now with 3 KP to his name. And the 3 is all they need left to make it towards match point eligible status also.
Yeah, well, a little bit fascinating. The top 2 ones were some of the first teams to go down. I guess, you know, I feel like that does happen sometimes, and I wonder if it's because those teams are hunting for, it's like God spot or nothing for them, right? There's no point playing an okay spot and then getting to 5th and then inevitably going down. It's like, well, we may as well challenge for the spot that will win us the game, considering that we're already on top.
Yeah, isn't that the interesting thing? You have to play for the win. There are times where you realize, okay, guys, we need to play for 2nd, play for 3rd because of this ring. We need to go for KP instead, and it's just a bit of that all or nothing that brings pressure to the plate. And Crash Out now, crashing down on these doors. The bus comes through from Yaya. Yuling, though, with the answer, becomes a 2v2. This building fought for yet again, and Walsh and Crumbs look to at least find bites in them. Eva 8 in one hand, Mask on the other. Crumbs still searching for any kind of target, but Crash Out. They got the clear early on, but now the hunt is what they need. Final Dream, the one eliminated here as SWQ. They're looking to find a third-party piece. It's not gonna happen. Crash Out instead will get their 3rd back.
They do stabilize here. I wonder if they are wondering whether the zone will come to them east of Stormcatcher, but where it is at the moment, we'll get that confirmation in about 15 seconds. It looks like it's probably going to go towards the edge of the map and those buildings that we've been keeping our eye on. SWQ are currently the team inside Secret. They've got it fenced off, and they're going to be trying to deny any of those teams, you know, like Crash Out that we saw, if they try and make their routing through the mountain in order to get to that final zone. And yes, it very much is the buildings to the east. We've got Cliffside. Ooh. No one, you know, not that it's a POI draft here, Dax, but if anyone were to pick Cliffside, this would be the case.
Yeah, it'd be a head scratcher for someone who starts there. But in any case, keep going. Gaming Heroes and True, the ones to watch out for. LLG, though, it's been a lot of rat play from Tao. We've seen Roy initiate fights. Very well versed here for LLG. But struggles yet again as only 2 are still standing up top. Remarkable team, though. CS Squad ahead of them. EMP coming online also from CK. A remarkable team looking for any opportunity to make this push happen. This, of course, versus Bear Claw was left to a solo. Bear Claw Gaming now eliminated here by Crash Out on the other side of it. The remarkable team say, okay, not enough KP, we'll get the bins instead.
Yeah, cool. They'll take the Mythic bin. No worries whatsoever. Bearclaw Gaming, they took a super late rotate. It was an evac coming out of Zoo Station. As you can see, the spot that they found was no good at all. Just getting crunched in between Crash Out. Remarkable team. Remarkable team do hit the Mythic bin, so they're now up to triple reds. Obviously, you know, something that's very different now. A way to sort of get into that endgame armor position. And they kind of got that one for free, so it'll be interesting to see if a Remarkable team can do anything with the power in their hands.
And in the way, it was a consolation prize after the fight. Here you go. Thanks for participating. Get a Mythic pin for your troubles. But Evil's Predator also, I want to note that they've gotten a good cache of items too by taking Stormcatcher at the right time. A few goldens here and there. Evac towers now being set on up. It'll be interesting to see where Evil's Predator decides to land. Havoc also flying by, Crash Out and the rest. And they might run into where True is located, so these squads using the balloons now to get in position. They're gonna have to find somewhere safe to play from.
Oh, Godgaps, he tries to get off the evac, but luckily, sort of luckily, not luckily, he gets off early enough, he gets shot up early enough that his teammates know to come back and try and grab the reset. Even if they don't get the position they may have been after taking that evac out.
Havoc, though, inside now. Playing a bit of that ground floor versus Heroes up top. And so they're forced to go for a coexistence. Heroes less space to work with, but at least more cover right now. Now 4 squads within the same vicinity. X and Y also still now concentrating forces towards the north. Crash Out now. Also notice more of these teams going their way.
The zone continues to pull directly towards the edge of that circle, and that means Keep Going Gaming are in a great spot. Lonely Get gone. will be removed now from Crash Out, but how many members will they lose to pay that price?
Yeah, remarkable team look to find the punish here. Flying Raccoon also from afar, making that triple take sing, but Ripe Soda now is out one more time. Kill Devil, 52 points. If we go for another one, they'll be match point eligible, but they still want to see what they can do from this position. Crash Out eventually now has been wiped out. NSS next on the list. Evo's Predator also seeing the fight versus Kill Devil towards the south side. And the pinks come on in, so they know who's coming their way. Evo's Predator, a lot of work ahead of them if they want to stand a chance in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest, Dax, I don't know if we are going another one. 3 of our match point eligible teams just have such good spots. X and Y are at least trying to get into one right now. Oh no! So many grenades coming out.
It's just all the indicators in the world, and you get confirmation that X and Y has been cleared out. You get the arc stars, you get the frag grenades, and you get keep going gaming with all smiles after that one. That's why you hold onto all that ordnance.
Okay, that was a straight caster curse. Like, literally as soon as I said that, like, magnetic grenades coming towards X and Y. Oh, man, that's a bummer. But yeah, look, for Keep Going Gaming, they're loving this spot even more now. No, you know, not having to coexist, not having to worry about a team below them. They are in an awesome, awesome spot.
Yeah, KPG is the Japan slot handed to them on a silver platter. It's possible here as Evo's Predator. It's a different case. They just want to find a seat at this table. But Gopcaps, he's been denied any reservations. Papa Fifth, same case.
Ooh.
Evo's Predator will go home hungry after that one. Remarkable team can't stand the pressure of the ring. And while True holds them off, we're left to 6. True right now needs to get back into their building.
Remarkable team going down. Yes, SWQ still safe within the mountain right now, and Kill Devil just bunkering behind the Newcastle wall down on the gravity cannon. The zone pulls even further towards KPG. The other thing we should note here is that with X and Y going down, essentially no one has a chance to overtake VCAN now and grab that second place if this were to be the final game, Dax, because you know, sitting up there at 80 points, the next person left alive, next team left alive is, yeah, probably KPG at 60 points. They're still 20 away.
Yeah, and they're gonna get the slot instead through the match point win if that's the case. This is why the double trouble from the 2 wins that we saw a while ago for VCAN, boosting them up. And speaking of who's boosted on up, KPG, height now to work with. They realize though, the crates this out, taken here by Kill Devil. Pressure now mounting towards KPG, who needs to keep a cool head if they want to win this.
EMPs coming in! The full send. Kill Devil can't even make it up on top here as the Mozams sing out. Keep going gaming! They've been shoved off the roof!
Kill Devil finding the clutch in them! And it's up to Bolun to Boring to just keep KPG's dreams alive, but he's been hunted. Kill Devil saw them vanish in front of his eyes. And Keep Going Gaming will have to go next if they want to make it to the next land. Kill Devil keeping their hopes alive. The only one who can take the lobby now is Heroes.
It was really True that came out on top after all of that because they hold the high ground. There are zip lines now set up. Will other people have the chance to take those? You know, if we get some more EMPs coming into play, but Kill Devil, they managed to get 2 back up and alive, Dax, but damn, they really just, you know, took this at the end of the map here.
It's such a tough struggle here for Heroes. They get the castle wall set up, the mobile shields there, but why don't we listen to the Heroes right now as they fight for their lives?
Solo deh, kayaknya solo deh, kayaknya M dia, solo deh. Aing solo asal tadi, aing drop.
Ini asal.
Look at John.
Ya kita aku harus wall di aku nih. Aku lihat kali Bas ya. Kalau aku Bas ya. Lihat Bas.
Ya.
Solo deh. Dia bisa ngeres ya, dia ngeres.
Aku lihat aku Bas ya. Aku sekarang ya Bas ya.
Atingnya.
Oke.
Oke. Hati-hati kanan kiri kasih tai, banyak yang kanan kiri.
Iya. Aing tek kasih tesin. Ngeres deh.
Enggak ada ulti ya.
No, maksud.
Harus yang ini Jack ya.
Iya.
Yang atas lagi project, kelar.
Dia harusnya nggak ada down kita.
Atas kita bakal bantu kita, atas bakal hati-hati sini, sampai sini dia.
Iya.
Ya aku Q aja, nanti bos.
Well, Heroes has the bunker, but Kill Devil is decimating the heights. They get the wipe on the True. Now Heroes peering towards Havoc here, but KD, you have to watch out for the squad. We've seen so much ordnance from the other side of this castle wall here, Genome, and Heroes, they know the pressure is mounting behind them.
Yeah, will Kill Devil be the bunker busters? There's slap bang between the two teams here, and the only chance they've got, I think, is if Havoc runs directly at Kill Devil. Ooh. Is that happening?
It's possible. They're taking the south side now. They're angling themselves to play onto height. But here we go. Death from above. Bolin becomes the AC 130, and he just lets it rip with a Havoc as well. Now back onto height. The bow check 2 comes in clutch to keep Havoc away. And Heroes, they get a chance to go for the medkits, but you can see the damage, the pressure mounting on Heroes now.
They weathered the storm, though. None of them are down. They're now moving out of that position, trying to make themselves a little less vulnerable from these attacks on the top. But the EMP comes in. Can Heroes once again survive the onslaught?
Make the drone, though. And now Havoc creeping closer and closer to Kill Devil. Do they realize it is Heroes right under them here? They have the shield advantage. They still have the castle right now. Levy yet again peering through this area. And as soon as he goes now for the peak, Heroes able to beat him back, but you can feel the pressure now. It's Heroes who's gonna get pinched here, Genome.
Is that the evac from Havoc there? It felt like they could have potentially gone over the wall, but they actually catwall themselves off. This is a fantastic play. It means Heroes and Kill Devil almost certainly have to get into it. Do they want to play just yet? A second catwall comes out.
Now Moby Shield now, Castle Wall gonna be set up again, and Kill Devil still with high EMP though from the highest of all heavens. Moby Shield again, Kill Devil looking for the shielding now before they take the fight towards Heroes. And eventually they'll have to relent, but Soyo drop, Heroes finding more, and Heroes now is gone into chaos. It's Kill Devil who takes the dub, and well, that's game number 8 for us coming our way.
I wasn't ready yet. I wasn't ready to be done. That means we're gonna go to game 8. Kill Devil, I mean, honestly, they played that one very impressively. I mean, it was a full send onto, who was that up the top there, Lace? I think it was, who was the first person to hold that roof? Because there were so many people over the course of that game we saw up there.
Gosh, I just blinked and that team at the top was there. I can't even remember who that was. I mean, we were sort of, watching to see what Heroes could do at that point, and then Kill Devil's just like, don't mind, we're just going to do our thing over here. But like our match point eligible teams, Genome dropping like flies, Vegas Inferno out of 20th place, then VK, then X and Y, KPG falling to the hands of Kill Devil. And then Heroes was holding on for dear life, but, they had the blue shield, so we were kind of saying that's a little bit difficult for them. But, Kill Devil, they're just bringing the fire from hell at the moment to make this go again. I'm a little bit gobsmacked. I might have to go, put on some comfy clothes because it seems like we're going to be here for a very long time.
You just have to be so careful in that spot as Heroes, because you can't really make the first play, right? Like if you're taking fights against teams with full red armors, they are just going to try and spray you down, and once you get the cracks, all of a sudden, the deficit's kind of just too much to make up from that point. So, look, Kill Devil, I mean, at one point they were down to one player left alive, and they walked away with 19 kills.
When did that happen? When? Oh, that's crazy. That's great. They were literally just farming, but doing it with style. I mean, Heroes Genome had a really good position, I think, but yeah, we were saying, with the blue shields, it was kind of going to be their downfall there. And having, Kill Devil on that height, they were just able to take control of that situation. But it just seems like they were just collecting souls along the way. I don't even remember them having that many kills. But to get the win as well and then put them in contention for match point, I'm shocked. I'm shooketh.
Yeah, like almost 3K for Bolin as well. Damn, dude. All right, well, look. Las Vegas Inferno, we can see them going out at 20th and VCAN at 17th. So yeah, we'll have to look out to see if those two teams who, were on top of the lobby and it looks like still are on top of the lobby, but not by a lot. The fact that those two teams went out so early has meant it gives the rest of the lobby a little bit of time to catch up. And they do. Kill Devil, X and Y now up to 72. And the other three teams are also there on match point now within striking distance as well. So, yeah, look, we're getting into that juicy segment of the match point finals where it's anybody's game, Lace.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, someone could definitely catch VCAN, take over the top points. Someone else win match point eligibility. So VCAN need to be incredibly careful going into this next game. But I guess, Vegas and Ferno are probably feeling a little bit good. Getting knocked out at 20th spot sucks, especially when you're on match point format. So they need to take this game, incredibly well. Otherwise, we might see them fall out. But I know that they can do it. But I don't know, coming off that, Kill Devil seem to be getting this little itch of momentum. So seeing them come to fruition just in that last match, yeah, I can't even sit here and be like, this is who's going to do it, because who knows? We could have someone of the likes of Keep Going Gaming, or sorry, I should even say SWQ do something crazy, get match point eligibility, win it. Like, we could just be here all night.
Yeah, I mean, SWQ, they were looking good, in the previous rounds of the qualifiers. It feels like it's been so far a day of sort of big games, with people coming through, 19, 23 kills, per game. SWQ don't generally sort of strike you as the team who do that. They're more of like a slow and steady wins the race kind of team. And at this point, if they've slipped behind a little bit, I absolutely think that they can, take out some dubs here, but catching up in points-wise, like, that's going to be hard.
Yeah, and I guess we could talk about Havoc as well. They took on Vegas Inferno, I believe, in that last one to knock them out. So maybe that's given them a little bit of a spark of confidence. They are also on match point eligibility with the 50 points. So, we could see Havoc, who we haven't really spoken about much today, do something crazy in the next match. But take a short break, guys. Get some snacks. Put on your comfy clothes. I know I will be, because who knows who's going to win this or if we go again. But we'll take a short break and we'll find out shortly. up for grabs, Genome. I'm literally a little bit speechless here. There was so many teams in match point eligibility, but they just kept dropping like flies, and Kill Devil was one of the teams that were eliminating them. Insane plays by them.
Yeah, and as well as, 17 other, how many was 19 kills I think they got in the end.
Yes.
Of their lobby mates. So yeah, it was pretty insane, and it was right from the get-go that our top 2 teams actually went down. And as you can see here from Kill Devil, it's been a little bit of a heater there in that map 7 up until that point. They've been slow and steady, grabbing in a couple of kills and a couple of placement points and just moving their way up. And then all of a sudden it was just like, yeah, as you said, a pretty big hello to the rest of the lobby. That moves them up very close within striking distance of not only winning the match point finals, Lace, but maybe even just coming out on top in points overall, because they're, I think, maybe like 8 points off the top of the lobby after that one. It was, like a 30-point game. And yeah, that's a pretty massive way to make a statement.
Yeah, exactly right. We've got a couple of teams sitting at 70 points, VCAN at 80, so very close. So let's find out exactly who's going to end it all. Is it going to be game number 8? Are we going to see game number 9? I hope not. Let's go game number 8. Let's find out. We're back on Storm Point. Let's take it away.
Come on, Lace. Is this truly gonna be the end? It's only game 8. Ever since, EWC, we go double digits for all these match point things. It's not out of the world, right, for us to go game 9, game 10, game 11, 12, 25.
That's a lot. That is a lot of games, Dax.
Can we even go 25 games? Is that possible?
Matt, I was someone like at some point on the subreddit, they were trying to do the maths, and it was actually kind of hilarious because like literally 3 people in a row were like, okay guys, I've done the calculations, it can go this many, and then someone will come in and be like, nope, you're completely wrong. You've not taken this into account. It could actually go much higher than that. So yeah, no, it genuinely can go. I'm pretty sure I can go like way higher than 25 games if it's like, if you can literally control for every point. Like not in any remotely realistic scenario, but mathematically, yes.
That's a pretty hardcore. Actually kind of scenario right there where they just correct one and sure. The math is on point, but already we see it. How many squads do we have on match point this time? 7 actually, including Havoc that we didn't get to take note too much a while ago, but their efforts in the last game propelling themselves in a spot to bring themselves to Japan also. But look at this ring now, heading towards the north this time around. And remarkable team. There is a chance for this ring actually, Genome, to end towards some of the buildings that's nearby, but since it's touching towards the trenches also, I'm thinking maybe towards the Trident area is somewhere it's possible also.
Potential.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just gonna say shout out to the Zone today for being a G.
Yeah, actually.
Because we've had so many series where, it feels like it's favored a couple of teams so much because they just get ring after zone after ring. And today, they've actually spread out quite a bit. So, shout out to the ring for, mixing it up a little bit.
RNG bless. Look, we had one Skyhook circle. That's it. The other one was countdown. I'm counting it as countdown.
That's an okay amount.
I'll take it. Skyhook is good every once in a while.
Exactly.
Not all the time.
As a treat.
It's like dessert. And that is sweet from Bolin. Kill Devil is just on a rampage, continuing on the momentum they had from the last game. And Feiju is their first victim.
Damn. Oh, you thought they were going to stop because they're on match point now? No, sir. They're coming straight at you. And that's going to be MDY White, the first victim. Hopefully they don't stay there looting too long. They got NSS on the back of them, or they just will, they turn around and decide that, there's not enemies, only victims in the lobby.
And Wire-kun actually peering through the scope to see them move towards the tunnel instead. So NSS pinging Kill Devil, but letting them by effectively. In the other hand, though, remarkable team over here by the lift. We see them actually make their way towards the wall, so they're thinking about maybe a rotation towards the triple orange buildings. Final Dream on the other hand now, also peering from above as MDY Whites. They get the reds going, so we're back up to 60 players here into the lobby to start with.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Like, the amount of respawns that you see in a crypto meta just far outstrips anything else. And it's like, yeah, those early game mistakes that would genuinely like ruin your entire game are no longer actually it's just a slight blip, just a small delay in your rotation now.
I think it's also factored by Newcastle being meta, which means it's a support legend, so you can craft banners as a plan B. But Crypto reminds me of one of those, those claws that you can bring around where you can grab things from afar, the grabbers.
Oh yeah.
That's basically what the Crypto drone is. It's like, yoink. I'm gonna press the reach scroll down. Thank you.
I love those as a kid, not gonna lie.
I still use them sometimes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like,
I'm
like to reach things high up, or?
Yeah, dude. Like, sometimes I feel like I have T-Rex limbs where I have, like, these small arms. that one for that one Disney movie, what's that called? Meet the Robinsons, where I'm basically like a Lego man. Roots is right, something like that. Yeah.
I don't know. I got those inbuilt.
Bro, look, I can't reach my back as well as I should, okay? That is my one real weakness in life. Anyway, though, Heroes, they're actually under pressure here inside one of the markets, and it's Bear Claw Gaming just hounding them right now.
Yeah, they're taking it pretty slow, though. Got one on the roof, two on the floor, and they've got Heroes kind of penned in here. Who's the one who's going to pop the EMP? They don't. They get one shot, 45 with the Mozam into the drone, but it's not enough to stop it. And that means that Heck, with that ultimate, will secure the victory for them. Tries to get the gold res off, but two other teams come in.
Oh, another EMP, it's play. Bear Claw Gaming now feel the pressure as BCAN have jumped at this opportunity. Lonely Let God will let this by. Bear Claw Gaming, though, still under pressure. And interesting enough, both VCAN and LLG just disengage, and Bear Claw Gaming sweating bullets, but they stay alive.
That's insanely lucky for BCG there. That both teams push in at exactly the same time and scare each other off. The other thing is, BCG, I mean, we haven't had the bin reset yet, Dax. They did have the gold knock for Limo. So, and you got to remember that those higher tiers of loot, they actually decrease the probability of those showing up earlier in the game because of how many of them we do find after the bin reset. So that's honestly like pretty damn lucky that BCG had that to get themselves up and going after that fight win.
And perhaps that's why they played a bit more aggressive there versus Heroes. But a bit of a jinx continues. Another match point team loses out early on in 20th place coming into these extended games.
Yeah, and Heroes, I mean, they maybe thought they had a little bit of a chance last time, but, well, they know they're just going to have to watch on, and, fingers crossed that one of the other 13 teams is able to take this one out. The ring, interestingly, once again, look, at this point, if you're at IGL, do you just say, I think this is where the ring's going, so let's go somewhere else? Because most players have sort of taken your advice, Dax, which was, maybe like, let's head out towards the trenches, towards the oranges and whatnot. Meanwhile, it's pulled very much back onto Cascade Force. And that means teams like NSS, and we've also got WWBD. They're holding the chokes at the moment. They're holding the keys to the kingdom, as all of those teams up to the northwest are going to be coming past them, or maybe trying to get an evac over. We'll see how many they've got in their back pocket.
But the thing is, the two teams there don't have console information. X and Y does, though, from the wall. And perhaps that's also why Remarkable Team is in the same area. They feel so iffy with how the ring pulls have been today. And they're going to have the console now after X and Y leaves the vicinity. MDY Whites, very interested to see if they have ring console information. Yes, they do. And they're one of the teams that have made their careers through zone play. They're in position now. BCG, though, still looking for more fights here towards the south of Checkpoint, I believe.
Oh, VCAN is getting sandwiched right now in between Crash Out and BCG. Let's see if they can win the 3v6 Dax.
Oh, Limo up in the top of the car, and it is just a serenade from up top the motor as VCAN cannot continue. Crash Out, though, still want the fight. Bear Claw now. BCG answer back in time. EMP will be online here. Heck, allowing the rest of BCG to stabilize here. Drone spotted by Lima also moves outside of the ring to find a better angle here, and Crash Out will call it a day. Just look to play a bit of Gatekeeper instead.
It's been a crazy hot and cold series here for VCAN as they go out without a point for, I think that's the second game in a row now.
What happened to Vegas Inferno a while ago happening to VCAN now. And Bear Claw Gaming, on the other hand, you have to give big props to them. Sure, it will be the Pana retirement run if this isn't them going to Japan, but they've heated on up when they need to the most. Havoc, though, now looking cold, also walking L, just trying to trudge along and stay alive. X can he do it? Stabilize here by the rock. Gets the bat off in time at the very least. Walking L there too with Soyo, so a small chance here for Havoc to stay alive, Chino.
Okay, they're back up and running. I mean, they just got their toes over the line into match point eligibility here on 50 exactly for this game. You know, in stark contrast to Kill Devil, who sort of smashed it, stomped on it, and threw it behind them on their, you know, path towards victory, or at least what they hope might be. But with a nice little reset there, Havoc live another day, and they've also got they've got a half decent spot, I would say, considering where this ring is going. And they, as you mentioned, yeah, they scan the ring console over at Command Center, I believe, and that's why they are playing this hill, because they know it's coming back towards them.
Yeah, they have a bit of height. It reminds me a bit of that game in Mannheim, the game in Gladiators, one of these played towards Spider's Nest.
Yep.
And no team actually picked up the building that X and Y has, so if you're doing your homework, you're gonna realize, well, there's some good spots here moving forward. Kraber, though, in the hands of Con Air. Always exciting to see. The smokes come on out to allow the cross from the care package. And WWBD, they have a bit of height to work with. Defenses, too, to at least play gatekeeper for the teams coming in from the trench area. And there you have it. Next ring will confirm X and Y, MDY White position they want to play in now.
Yeah, no, that's a very good call, Dax. This does look to be pulling extremely similarly to that game we saw, and I think it was, you know, Guild, and I think maybe even VK Gaming were there as well. It was a little bit of an APAC South showdown in that game from Mannheim. So, as we remember, you know, there was some sort of teams on top of the building. It was a good space to play. But yeah, I do like this spot from Havoc, and we'll see if they can convert.
Yeah, Havoc. They suddenly put themselves in contention. They have a big chance to go towards land. Kill Devil, though. Exciting prospects now in third place. They've overtaken X and Y, I believe. And now they're facing off against BCG, but Kill Devil, one's drop. Heck, trading after Limo has been found out by the Kimbo Mozams. And Bolin now still wants to fight. Confidence abound from Bolin. Luahan, too, has been a strong rear gunner. And it's a different Akimbo. The P2020s finding a day in the spotlight. Pana taken down now. Only one standing here for BCG. But NSS have come for the third party. Does this ruin the chances, though, of Kill Devil?
You look, they're definitely not better, but Lohan gets a stick as well. Ooh. So we see, well, maybe it was... Unless that was... look, I may have got overexcited. I thought it was a stick. Maybe it was just onto like a mobile shield or something like that.
It gets damage done and Kill Devil stabilize anyway. The reset thanks to the castle wall again. And KD have beaten back NSS, who refuse to continue the fight. Instead, it's a scramble towards Cascade Falls. Triple red still for NSS. They have a chance versus Final Dream as well as True. Just pick apart of this POI. And we see now even more confirmation of our next ring. X and Y, MDY White, Vegas Inferno also ones to watch out for here.
Yeah, I mean, X and Y, they've already got double purple. Is early in the game, along with having a priority spot here. Is fantastic, as Kill Devil is struggling to deal with Roy's band of bandits here, and they will go down.
Also going for parkour over those crates. Also tries to find a shield spot along the way. Yaya now putting the pressure on. And we have LLG lonely in the corner. They have the castle set up though. Lonely let gone, eliminated. Evo's Predator 2. But just kind of sad to see Kill Devil fall this way. He used to sub for Dreamfire back in the day, Roy. Why'd you gotta do him like this?
Once friends, now foes. There's probably quite a few of those teams in here, not gonna lie, with all of the roster shuffles over the years. Final Dream! Oh, they completely take Crash out by surprise. Didn't seem to be even a flicker of recognition that there was a team directly behind them.
Yeah, Final Dream, the last ones in the building and get all the KP and loots to themselves. ECG though, behind the grav cannon fence. They get the reset going. They can use it for mobility because Final Dream is looking scary. SWQ though towards the north. Here we go with the grapple now. EMP also going to be the play here as BCG desperately looking to find any kind of safe haven, but Final Dream still wanting a bit of that action. Donut though, the punish from above. SWQ looking at Final Dream instead. Las Vegas Inferno also a chance from up top. And these squads towards the west jockeying for position, clearing out the corners that they need so their rears are safe moving forward.
And as you can see, Las Vegas Inferno have moved up into second place. They have overtaken Kill Devil as they've gone down here. 76 points. Still quite a few teams. 4 teams left on match point. Still in this one, Dax.
And Merclaw Gaming using the mobility of the Newcastle to the full degree. Panado just slides in after the zip. He's the only one still standing now. And an absolute veteran of the scene, Panda now has to run away, scurry from Final Dream, who's hunting him. Vegas Inferno, now next door neighbors with SWQ, also NSS geared up to be behind Final Dream. Utter chaos on the west, Mastiff from afar, just try and make it work as Bearclaw Gaming. Raki finds Panda, that's gonna be a lot of pain in the personal stakes. But SWQ, they'll have to disengage Final Dream, finding Vegas Inferno, who are now down to a duo.
This side of the map is disgusting. There are so many teams over here, and there's not nearly enough space for them all. Las Vegas Inferno, can they find their spot within all of this? One of them's already gone down. A Flow is just hoping that Sato pulls up a sick clutch there with the Peacekeeper. He's gonna put paid to Final Dream, but that's not it. He needs more. He needs the shield swap, and Vegas Inferno, they don't make it.
Sato's PK sings well, and he showed Papa who's daddy with that shot, but it just wasn't enough. True instead now taking the position. Havoc right behind them also, so keep an eye out for the squad. But SWQ, they're running into another team too. It will be WWBD on the triple reds. SWQ though still winning the fight anyway, and WWBD with all the gear they had, they fall at the seams, and SWQ says thank you very much for the Kraber. Donut scoped in, signature gun, hits it for 189 from such great distance. Watch out for SWQ. Havoc now down to a duo.
He's not the only one with a Kraber, though. We see JR from XNY connect with his as well. And unlike most teams who have to sit in Godspot and just wait their time out, XNY have not wasted time. They've got red, purple here, as well as care package weapons. And XNY hit another shot and are looking to take over the roof.
Mingyue, where did you go? X and Y though does get traded. Feiju putting in work
with 1 HP!
And MDY, they fall to YC with 1 HP. What are we seeing from X and Y? They've taken the stop spot on the points now.
But they only won that fight with such little health left that they might not be able to get the reset. YC doesn't even go for the res. He plays his life. He has to hope that the other teams provide him an opportunity, but I don't think they will. SWQ has the roof now. Why would they ever fall off it?
Ooh! Well, and he also takes out the other match point energy.
Oh
no! Ken is not enough this time. YC knocking down one of Havoc's there. And if Havoc took this lobby, it would be X and Y going with them to Japan. But SWQ, 53 points. They're match point eligible coming in the next game. We're left now to 4 squads. True also in the running.
Oh my god, Ken's crawling back inside. Havoc might be able to get the res here and get back up to 2, as you can see on the ticker up the top. The 2 teams on match point. X and Y only has 1 member left alive. Havoc are trying to get the res to get the second back up. But the chances of them taking out SWQ or True seem laughable at this point.
Yeah, Thermite's such a nuisance. YC has to give up the doorway. And True instead, they have everything they would like except the heights. SWQ on the other hand, Kraber in hand. And Crazy Kong watching out for this. I think they have two actually. If we check Donut and his inventory. In any case, SWQ, they have the setup, they have the pylon, and there you go for confirmation. 2 Krabers just here for a squad fully kitted now.
6 bullets left to do with something 5 now as that shot goes astray. Havoc did get the reset, by the way, so back up to 2. YC still a part of this. Maybe if an EMP goes the right way and they catch people while stunned, is there a chance that Havoc can take this out?
Yeah, SWQ, they're the Christmas ornament shining up top the tree, but Havoc found instead X and Y, and X and Y, YC, what else can you do here? It's not gonna happen. Left to 3, Raki will continue the rampage of True in the lobby as SWQ just watches all of that from above.
The zone, pushing both of these teams out. True wait below the lip of this wall for the teams to jump down at them. But who's going to have to move first? Will it be the team inside, Havoc, or will it be SWQ playing on the roof?
Yeah, SWQ, they're going to have to give this up eventually. Nothing can be gained without losing. Even Heaven demands that as this ring looks to close on in. Havoc though.
Oh no!
Now with the ult, but the pylon intercepting a few of them close by. EMP now online. The drop down now here from SWQ as they decide to be proactive. Mobile shield though coming in clutch, but these Mozambiques up close. Big damage from SWQ. True eliminated. Havoc though, is this their chance? Oh no, they get stuck by the castle wall, and Ken, he's done it! Ken, unbelievable from Havoc! They are going to Japan, thanks to Ken, and the duo does it at the end!
They didn't even have EMP, Dax! The drone was broken. Ken actually had to come down. Without EMP, they just had the bang ult. He pulls down. You see them get stunned by the castle wall as well, and they still win the fight.
I don't know. Like, as soon as they touch the castle wall right there, Lace is just like, it's over. We're going to another game. But apparently, Ken truly is Kenough. What did we just witness here in the LCQ?
I quite literally thought, okay, time to get an energy drink as soon as they got stunned on the castle wall, but just the patience behind that massive shot. Havoc came out of nowhere, guys. We have had, some really heavy-hitting teams throughout the whole, entire day, and Havoc, they have been there, right? They have been definitely playing the game well, but, not doing something crazy and outshining, but this was their moment to take it all. And as a duo as well, they played that so well. I'm speechless. I literally did not think this was going to happen, Gino.
I think there weren't many of us who believed that until right at the moment where it said Havoc wins popped up on the screen, Lace, because that final fight, I mean, look, the fact that the two teams sent each other, like, Havoc must have just been in disbelief at that point. Crawling into that as a duo, and somehow the other two teams just gifted to them.
Bro, they tripped up. They touched that castle wall. How did they get away with it? I am honestly speechless. And from everything we've seen of APAC Style, what an ending that was. And Havoc as a team, sure, you have a bit of a veteran Fusoyo, but unfortunately, it wasn't the best showings back in his Ash Esports days. And Ken and Walking Hell, these two players from the Challenger Circuit, I've seen them around within the lower APAC South scene. But to get the job done at the very end of Year 4, guys, I am in utter disbelief with what just happened here today.
Yeah, and I feel like X and Y at this point as well, sort of just taking back through the replays, could have potentially had that reset on the roof, Dax, don't you believe? Like, I didn't feel like any team was sort of pushing that. They could have definitely, changed it if YC maybe took the res, but, decided to hide. But, I guess it doesn't always go your way, but it did go Havoc's way. And they have taken the match point win. But of course, And alas, we are sending through 2 teams, okay? It is insane from everybody today. But look at that. X and Y have taken the most points, and they are joining Havoc in Japan. Dax, how are you feeling?
Yo, I'm feeling so giddy for X and Y, but also at the same time, why does it have to be the clutch again? It was some of their problems back in Germany with how they're taking these kind of fights, and I do agree with you that it could have been maybe cleaner from X and Y, but hey, the solo gets the job done. Genome was so hyped about it. 1 HP, and apparently that sliver was enough to bring them to Japan. Absolutely insane, but your heart has to weep, especially for Las Vegas Inferno and VCAT. 80 points, big efforts, but Havoc just shoots up and takes the top spot.
Yeah, Genome, I feel like, we've watched Vegas Inferno a little bit, and they always seem to get so close, but not, make it through. They're always kind of teasing us a little bit.
I mean, they're going to be devastated, right? They picked up 80 points. Of course, Havoc, they got the win when it mattered, but no doubt Vegas, after having such a great tournament here, are going to be devastated with that result. So close, but once again, yet so far. I mean, Havoc, look at this. It was a decent day for them, but, 64 points. They were... probably far from the best team in the lobby, but it was enough. They come in with those. I mean, look, it was only 2 KP. They only picked up 2 and I think that was the last 2 kills that they got. It was literally the last team that they managed to take out. The most the most important 2 kills in the entire series.
I just want to chip in real quick. The game before this, the one where they effectively looked to play the pincer right on Heroes. That was one of their more impressive games. They found their footing there. And then you go into this one, and they end up as a duo. But with the efforts from map number 7, enough to put them at the threshold. We were all saying it, and I noticed it at the very start. It's like, oh, there's 7 of them now, with them on 50 points exactly. It is just insane to think that this is how we get our representatives to LAN. What? I have to give big congratulations to Havoc after that one.
And being a challenger circuit team as well, coming up and rising up through the ranks, right? To be able to get a spot to what will probably be one of the biggest champs that we have seen, Japan, it's in Sapporo. If we come out of, I think it was the Asia Apex Festival, they go big. They love Apex. They do everything crazy. And Havoc get to be a part of that with many other Apex South teams. But of course, let's not take away from X and Y as well. They have enough points to take that second spot, Genome, through to champs. And joining many other teams as well. They must be feeling pretty good about that. Have we seen X and Y in a champs before, Genome?
I don't think we've seen it in a champs. No, okay. They do have some LAN experience as of this year, but no, not a champs. It's the biggest tournament of the year. I mean, yeah, when you think of the fact that that's going to be the first LAN that Havoc play, they get to go. They get to go to this tournament where you got a $2 million prize pool equal to both of the other LANs this year, and that's their first taste of it. Like, that's pretty damn cool.
Straight into the Shark Tank, man, for Havoc. But X and Y, exactly right. They got their first taste of LAN in Split 2 playoffs in Mannheim, and it didn't pan out the way that they expected. Now coming into champs, that mindset has to be reset. The way that they play can be crafted since it's all the way at the start of 2025 anyway. And it's ample time for X and Y to even mature more. Because we watched this team back then. Was it last year's LCQ when they were setting some KP records, right, in those lower lobbies? And here in another LCQ, they take a record with a big haul of points, 82 here, 100 over 100 on that first day. X and Y is showing that they are one of the newer powerhouses of APAC South, and I am all for it to see them mature and grow even more coming into champs.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, Dax. We're not not biased here. Dax isn't biased, but lots of knowledge there on X and Y. So gonna feel pretty good. And then we get to watch Havoc, make their reign. It's a new team that we don't really touch on too much. They get to showcase their skills. Of course, this is ALGS, but never stress. There's still BLGS to happen this year. So obviously we've been talking about champs, which will be in, January 2025. We still have a major tournament to be hosted. So a lot of your teams that you saw today will most definitely be back for BLGS. But of course, you at home as well can sign up to this. I don't know if myself, Genome, and Dax will be signing up. I mean, we could definitely give it a go, but it just shows you that anybody can join in and amongst the action. Of course, go to algs.ea.com and get yourself in there. There are a couple of different times to sign and a couple of different qualifiers, and for APAC South, APAC North, EMEA, and Americas. So it's going to be, a very, very fun, tournament, but with a big prize pool, Genome. So, it's always good with Nicewig and Greek. They do some fun stuff for them to be able to host a kind of tournament like this, but give, a lot of people a different chance. So hopefully we see some teams that we saw today pop on through. Hopefully, yeah.
I mean, you say that, but with the end of the ALGS year coming up, obviously, rosters that are going to champs are going to be looking to stay and practice together. But apart from that, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some big roster changes.
Yeah, and we are going to definitely see a little bit of roster mania changing, but we have a nice little interview that we're going to have for you guys coming up now. So we've got Eurus joining us. Hello, Eurus. How are you?
I'm feeling fucking the wall.
Yes. That is the energy. That is the goddamn energy that we want to see from you. Obviously, I couldn't have put it better myself. Feeling fucking good coming out of that. Did you expect things to unfold the way it did today?
For us, definitely not. I think we had a bit of a slow start. Yeah, took us a while to get here, but I'm glad it all worked out at the end.
I mean, exactly. You just need to hold on for the very last moment. We see plenty of teams at the top, but that should never make you fear, because there's always that chance and always that opportunity to make it, and you did that. Dax, I don't know if you've got any thoughts for Eurus.
No. Hey, we're on broadcast again, bud. What's up? I don't know, man. I guess I gotta ask you, any pep talks, any signature Yuri's pep talks to the boys of X and Y in between the games? Just because you said it a while ago, slow start, especially map number 2, map number 3. Anything you said to them to get them back into the running to get all the KP that they needed to win the basically go to Japan?
So it was actually pretty funny because you're fighting and things like that, right? So it came to a certain point where I was like, hey guys, should we change comms, because we're like falling over and we're not getting the results we want. And the boys was like, hey, trust us, okay? Like, I think it's our comms the issue and everything. And I just straight up just told them, well, then don't let us down and don't let our fans down, man. Don't go out 40th again, if you really want to do this, if you really still want to play the comp. And apparently they woke the fuck up, they came out swinging after game 6. So I'm just proud of that.
Wow, the Yuri's pep talk after you sent me 3 hours worth of IG reels yesterday. So amazing work for you guys at X and Y.
Look, I'll just chuck a question in there quickly, Lace. Fantastic result. Obviously it was some big points at the end there. And I think throughout the year, you guys have relied a lot on JR. It was kind of the big star, and then we went to LAN, and we were kind of hoping to see a bit more from there. Was there any sort of deconstruction post LAN that, especially riding this high and now being able to make it to champs, that you think you'll be able to turn the fortunes around from what we saw last time?
Ooh. I think a lot of it was, it came down to, when we played at LAN, it was very hard on us because it was first time stress and like a lot of like paperwork and like municipal things, they had to sort out for visas and things like that. But what we did in the break before LCQ is that we literally said, okay, boys, let's just take a proper break. You know, we're all a bit burned out. You know, let's just go take a good proper rest, and then play a couple of scrims and like figure it out from there. Because I think one of the things that we figured out that we are a very vibes based team. You know, if the vibes are high, we play we play like some of the best players in APAC in this region. But when the vibes are low, it ain't gonna work out. And we just gave ourselves time to de-stress and also think about if things needed to change. You know, in the team, maybe outside the team, things like that. Yeah. And fun fact, Jara is actually on vacation right now. Man literally took time off his vacation to play in LCQ.
Okay, well, that seems like it's working. So basically, what I'm hearing is you guys are gonna hop into an onsen like a capybara before champs, and you'll be in prime condition once we get there.
Yeah, what can I say? We took a page out of OG from Dota 2. You know, we got Ana over here taking a break in JR. You know, what can I say?
Well, Eurus, absolute pleasure talking to you. And of course, make sure you pack the warm clothes because, yeah, or jump at an onsen. Honestly, nice and warm. But we will see you over in Japan. An excellent job from yourself and your team today. But thank you so much, Eurus. And guys, that has been the last chance qualifiers. What a day. I honestly did not know how many games we were going to get today. But you know what? It's crazy because Apex South does the wildest of things, okay? When you think it's over, it's going to go again and again. But look, Genome, absolute pleasure having you on board again today. Obviously, you know, this is one of our last little times together here for Longshot for this year. So any final thoughts? How are you feeling after 2024? And, you know, we're going to go into champs soon. Any sort of final thoughts you want to leave us with? But it's been, you know, great on my end being able to be here with you.
Yeah, look, I think we've sent two great representatives forward to champs after a really solid split 2. I'm hoping that APAC South comes out even bigger and better when we do get to that final big celebration of the year. I mean, you know, the fact that guilds have come out and just seem to be going further and further through the last couple of lands does give me a lot of hope for our region.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. And Dax, always a pleasure having you with us. Your insight, your knowledge, and your knowledge on X and Y is always so grateful. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel.